Buongiorno Francesco, mi senti?
Ciao Maurizio, buongiorno. Sì, sì, ti
All'ini-
sento bene.
All'inizio non ti ho riconosciuto, come stai?
Molto bene, grazie, grazie.
Ma
Tu?
tu, ma tu sei
Pensavo
l'italiano?
fossi...
Sì.
Sì, 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 sì. Pensavo fossi là tu.
No, 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 guarda. Ho detto Francesco che ho il passaporto scaduto.
Ci disa- مخلفات المعاصر تميز الطائفة الوطني بالتحديث المستمر ومواكبة التكنولوجيا الحديثة في عمليات الإنتاج والتصنيع وتطبيق المواصفات ومعايير الجودة العالية. إضافة لإقبال القطاع الخاص على الاستثمار في هذا القطاع. كل ذلك ساهم في وصول زيت الزيتون الأردني إلى الأسواق العالمية نتيجة ما يتميز به من مواصفات مميزة وجودة عالية. الأخوات والأخوة الحضور في الختام تقدم بالشكر إلى الاتحاد الأوروبي لتوفير الدعم لهذا المشروع، كما تقدم بالشكر للوكالة الإقليمية للغابات وتطوير الأراضي والبيئة في إيطاليا فورسترز وشركاء المشروع على تنظيم هذه الورشة، ولجميع المتحدثين والمشاركين على حضورهم. وأخيرا أتمنى لجميع المشاركين كل التوفيق والنجاح وتحقيق الفائدة المرجوة بما ينعكس إيجابا على تطوير قطاع الزيتون. technology by internet from Italy. Due to the technical problem with this headphone, it take me 5 minutes.
Can you hear me, please? Can you hear the interpreter? Kindly raise your hand. Excellent. Thank you so much.
محمود جربه
Test 1 2 3 على channel 2.
channel 1
لقد تم حل المشكلة التقنية لموضوع الترجمة. ونعود مجددا للكلمة الافتتاحية لدكتور موريزيو مالوتشي مدير القسم التقني في الوكالة الإقليمية للأرض.
So going back to the welcoming speech by Mr. Mario from our key partner in this workshop, Dr. Maurizio Mallucci is going to provide his welcoming speech in Italian language, and Dr. Sara Mantoro is going to speak it again, but in English language. Dr. Maurizio Mallucci, please, the floor is yours.
Vorrei ringraziare naturalmente tutti i partecipanti a curare il laboratorio e ringrazio in modo particolare il partner NAP per aver organizzato questo evento di 2 giorni in merito all'approfondimento sul tema dell'agroforestazione. Per noi oggi è un lavoro da lavorare con voi la Giordania, collaborare anche con i partner della Giordania.
Good morning, everybody. I will translate the welcome words by Maurizio Mallucci. On behalf of the Forest Agency, whom I represent, Maurizio Mallucci is the director of the technical department of Forestas. He gives his welcoming words, and he would like to thank all the participants present here today and the partner NARC especially for co-organizing these 2 days of in-depth study on agroforestry. It is an honor and a pleasure to work here in Jordan and collaborating with this important partner. The Forestas Agency is a regional government agency that deals with the management of public forests in Sardinia for approximately 200,000 hectares of land managed, including the most valuable forest and ancient forests of Sardinia with a high historic and naturalistic value. The events of these 2 days take the form of brokerage events to stimulate the technology transfer of innovations in the sector of olive multifunctional systems and grazed woodlands. Both systems are widely spread and traditional in the Mediterranean area. So, on behalf of Forestas, Mr. Mallucci wishes you a fruitful day's work, hoping it will strengthen the collaboration and innovation in the countries of the Partnership of Living Agro. Thank you.
Moving now to the speech of Dr. Sara Maltoni, head of the forests in Italy, Sardinia, who is going to tell us about the contribution of the living agro contribution in the development of agro forestry. Dr. Sara, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning again, everybody. My name is Sara Maltoni. I work for the Forestas Agency. I'm an agronomist, and Forestas, as I said, is the lead beneficiary of this project called Living Agro. So my role today is to tell you a few things about the project and to see this event of these 2 days within the larger framework of the project. Okay, so Living Agro, it's an acronym for Cross-Border Living Laboratories for Agroforestry. It's a project that lasts 4 years, 48 months. It started in September 2019 and it will end in September 2023. And it's funded by the NECBC Med program, which is a cooperation project funded by the European Community. The program priority is about technology transfer and commercialization of research results. I would like to go through the 3 keywords in the project title: cross-border living laboratories for agroforestry. So first of all, the cross-border dimension is because Living Agro sees the cooperation of 4 countries, Greece, Italy, Lebanon and Jordan, through different partners that share common challenges. Drought, climate change, we have all these issues in common, and so we think that we can share also the innovations. Then the second word, living laboratory. It's a new word. Actually, it's been going on since the 70s in the European Community, but recently it has gained a lot of success. It's a buzzword in the European project because they learned that technologies and innovations happening only in the research and in the labs very hardly get to the people and the farmers in the field. So creating living labs, it's a way of building networks of people and sharing innovation ideas in a bidirectional dimension. So we learn from farmers and we get their insights, their needs, but also their innovation proposals, and from industries and all the operators in the agroforestry field. The following elements are key features of living laboratories. They have a real-life setting, so we have field trials. They are user-centered because they focus on the needs of the end users, and they foresee a co-creation of the innovation. That's the bidirectional sharing of innovation ideas. But you will learn more about this from my colleague Mauro Forteschi later. So basically, living labs are just open, collaborative environments. Today, it's one example of a meeting among people coming from different backgrounds. So it's actually one example of the living lab events. So we link farmers, agri-food company staff, local authorities, researchers, innovators, and all the stakeholders. We have all of these elements here today to talk. And then the last word, agroforestry. It's been defined back in the 70s again. It's the easiest definition is combining deliberately woody vegetation, trees or shrubs, with crops, forages or animal systems. So it's a very complex definition if we go into it. It's a dynamic, ecologically based natural resource management systems that foresees this integration for increasing the farmer's income, reduce the expenses, improve the management of pests, weeds and diseases, reduce wildfire risk, increase animal welfare, and increase ecosystem services like biodiversity, water management, soil fertility. It has several advantages. It's just a bit more complex to manage. But we realize that it achieves the sustainability goals that we must pursue at all levels in our policies and practices. So the general objective of Living Agro as a project ultimately is to create 2 cross-border living laboratories to support training, innovation and development and technology transfer in the agroforestry sector, building bridges across all the stakeholders in the environment of agroforestry. We in Living Agro will talk about 2 specific agroforestry systems: multifunctional olive systems, the day of today's workshop, and grazed woodlands, tomorrow's workshop. They're both traditional in the Mediterranean, and in this slide is just to show that we have 4 hubs, 4 living labs in each country, then merged together through a central management unit built by the representative of each country. And to develop the Living Agro approach, we adopted the so-called leaders approach. Leader stands from the initials of this process, where you see that we start by identifying the stakeholders, seeing their needs, their innovation proposal, establishing partnerships with them, building an ICT infrastructure, which is the ICT platform that Mauro will tell you about, establishing this cooperation and running field trials, demonstration pilots, and of course sharing them across all the stakeholders and beneficiaries. So there are many activities in this long project. I would just want to give you a few screenshots to see all the several events that we did together with people like you today. We did, and we are in process of doing, 20 field visits, so where we go to farmers, listen to them, test what they need in the field, and learn from them or exchange ideas with them. So these are just a few shots taken in Sardinia, in Tuscany, in Lebanon, and Jordan. All the partners are making a big effort to go and visit the different realities. Then we develop field trials in each of the countries to develop products and services, and the project has this ambition of patenting 5 products: molecular markers, innovative seed mixtures. It's very ambitious, and we hope we will get to the end of this process. These are more pictures taken from Salam's field trials, Dr. Ayub. And all the activities that all the innovations that we learned from the research background analysis, from the economic stakeholder analysis, we put them in these catalogs. The catalog that you have today in your bag, it's only a small sample of all the innovations that we will talk about in our largest catalog that you will find in the ICT platforms in all the events. And so please follow us in this tool to keep on the activity even at a distance and even after the end of the project. This is an example of other brokerage events that we did in Lebanon and Jordan and Greece. There will be 10 all in all. And the format is not a seminar, but a participatory. So today we really aim to involve you in exercises, one-to-one meetings. So be ready to, once you listen to the innovations presented today, be ready to appoint a meeting with each speaker to further investigate on the possibility of applying these innovations in your own situations. So keep in contact with us. The ICT platform will be mentioned by Mauro, but also we have communication channels, Facebook, LinkedIn, the webpage of the NECBC Med. We're trying to make an effort for communication. Thank you for your attention today.
محدثنا الآن دكتور ماورو.
Our speaker now is Dr. Mauro Zuricci. And he is the delegate of the Forestas, Sardinia, Italy, who's going to tell us about the joining of the Living Labs and ICT platform. Please, the floor is yours.
It's Mauro Forteschi. I'm a colleague of Dr. Sara Maltoni, who we work together at the Sardinia Agency for environment called Forestas. So mine is not a technical presentation, it's only an invitation to join the Living Labs and ICT platform. Okay. Can we go? Okay. So, as Sarah said, Livinagro is focused on two main topics. Yes. And one of these maker in one life, you have one harvest. You can make one time. If you put together the experience of 2, 3, 4, 5 poets, share the results, and test the wine, see what they are experiment, you put together much more information, and you can improve your skills. So front is the place where the website of platform is this one. This platform is Arabic, English, Greek, and you can see in the where you can find description of the free trials, the number of the project performed over the year, the PowerPoint of all presentation, the e-learning model, the forms are improving, they are in progress, flagship publication, and information you need. Also, we have a section regarding newsletter. We have business courses and e-learning models. improving on learning model is now in progress. You have to sign up login section and you need QR code. Is the moment to take QR code. ICT platform. So thank you for your attention, and this is the QR code if you need. Thank you.
سوف نبدأ الآن الجلسة الأولى من
We are going to start off right now from the technical perspective, and there is another lecture that will be done by Dr. Ayub. You may have the floor, please. Good morning, everybody, once again. I'm going to speak about the vital laboratories that has been underdone in Jordan, and I'm the national coordinator for the project here in Jordan, and with our stakeholders of the project. The vital laboratory here, it's all about education and innovation and technology in the field of agriculture, especially in the field of the olives and agriculturing and cultivating of olives. The project, as Dr. Sarah stated, it lasts for 4 years. It started in 2019 and it will end in 2023, end of August, financed by European Union, the ENI CBC 2014-2020 program. The project, 6 NGOs, 6 organizations are participated from Italy in Sardinia, the forestry, and the CNR Center in Italy, and the National Center in Jordan, and from Lebanon, the Institute of the Agriculture, and from Greece, the Institute of the Greek Center, and the ATM Corporation from Italy. Those are the countries who are participating in it. Agro project, it's all about the transfer of knowledge and the technology of in the Mediterranean area, including the forest system and the olives, and the participation of the agriculture process, and to maintain the best practices of agriculture, and people who are interested in this kind of agriculturing, and with the researchers, also the partnership between the private and governmental sector, and the partnership in general in this kind of project. Earlier we spoke about the introduction, the meaning of animals, and also the variation of different kind of systems in agriculture. In all cases, we try to care about the ecosystem. We try to simulate and communicate with the nature, since it's all, and we try to conserve and preserve the nature and have a sustainable system in agriculture. The living laboratory, we spoke about it, what's meant by it.
as a researching definition or concept, it's open for everybody, and there will be participation between the innovators and the presented and people and benefit from it from people who are interested, whether it was corporates or businessmen or farmers or researchers. There will be an exchange, an open exchange of knowledge in different techs such as platforms and in ICT platforms. So it's a partnership between individuals and corporates, private and governmental sectors. In the Living Agro, there are different packages that we would like. It has a relationship with the management of the project and the communication and the living laboratories and the transfer of the technology. It focuses of transfer the knowledge for the concerned people. So the general objective of it is funding living laboratories across the borders for the agriculture in the field of olives and the deforestation between the partnered countries and the participating countries of this project, and the transfer of technology to corporate of the small entities in the private sector and people who are concerned. Certainly we said that the living laboratory project, which is relevant to the olives, and the second one, it's about the handling animals in this kind of forest. It's about what was accomplished here in Jordan. The project was, we had a scan in order to know and figure out people who are concerned in the growing of animals and people who are interested in this field, and we made a certain survey for them and analyze the analysis of the stakeholders in order to distribute the concerned people in order to determine the entity that they work for and how to outreach them and approach them in order to present the best approach for everyone. And also we surveyed the gender analysis and the human rights and protection of environment throughout the project. And certainly we spread a certain newsletter, a periodic newsletter each 3 months, around the 12 newsletter in English and in Arabic. And it's available on the website of the project and on Facebook as well. And the innovations that are available in B2B are all available in catalogs, and now we printed around 5 catalogs. And it includes all kind of innovation that has been discussed in the past workshops, whether B2B or workshops in Arabic, and it's available in Arabic and in English as well as through this project. In the National Center, we rehabilitated a glass house in order to increase the seeds and the cultivations, the forestation, and the small trees in order to plant it in sites that can rehabilitate and restore the forest to help the culturalization in the national production. Also, there are some other views for farmers of the olive systems, especially in cultivating the coverage of the legume-based mixtures, especially for the olives. And also, we issued a video that speaks about how this kind of views do work, especially in the restoration, such as legume-based. And this newsletter been issued during the period of the project, we did some trials, such as if anything was mixed up and intersecting with the olives cultivations, in order to improve the soil and add some soils such as nitrogen, potassium, and the organic things, and to decrease the drift of the soil, and also such as the drainage, the drainage of the soil, and also the increase of the olive production, and also reduce the expenses of the of potassium and nitrogen, and find the right environment for the trees, that we call it the microclimate, which is around the tree, because there is an improvement once it's in a good condition, in order to fix the nitrogen in the soil. Also to avoid the weed in the olives farms. So in the first year, we found some kind of views down there, and we spoke about a few things in the Ajlon and then Balka and then Salt as well as, and also we planted some kind of legume such as beans, peanuts, and inside the olive farms. And those cultivations, we used it in the legume, and there are different sites here in Jordan during the plantation of legume in the olives farms, and also we analyze the soil and the plants, also the productivity of this kind of harvest. In brief, we don't have lots of time. I would like to view. We used it in salt. We cultivated the harvest, and it was an extra income, and also it improved the features, the specifications of the soil, and it fixes the nitrogen in the soil. And also the results and the outcomes of this kind of trials, the planting of beans between the trees and inside the olives farms, and also it was an intersecting one, and it increased the nitrogen. It increased the nitrogen in the soil. So basically, it was focusing on the olives things. Also, it increased the productivity of the olive trees in comparison with the witness and with other harvests such as peas and chipnuts. Also, the results of the beans were much better than peas. The other field here in Jordan, how to restore and rehabilitate the farms here in Jordan, and to use the ecosystem in the forest of Jordan, and also they develop the process of the agricultural system here in Jordan, and to handle the forest as much as you can, as growing areas for animals under monitoring, which is called the controlled, the graze controlled. In area in Maysara and in Spehe areas, we have a forestry area that been delegated by the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Agriculture, and we handled it in order to develop it around 20 acre, and we are working hard in order to fence it, and also digging it under the plant of 10,000 trees, and also the plantation of 10,000 trees and other and also medical trees and aromatic, in order to rehabilitate this forest and everything that's required in order to take care of it and make it available for people, for the neighboring people, so they can benefit out of it. There is also one more thing, the harvest and some other trees that we increased it such as oak, Scindian, pistachio, as well as she, carob, and some other harvest stations and some other medical trees, and increase it inside the glass houses for the plantation, and also under the stages of, and within months that we are going to move it to a different site and move it to the forest site. And this been there in the National Center for Agriculture. It's the same plantation that's available in the forest. We didn't bring some any other plants which is eccentric. No, it's the one which is adaptable with the environment and can handle the conditions of the weather. And also throughout the National Center, the permaculture, throughout the agro project, we decided to develop the work on it. And there will be a lecture probably tomorrow over that subject. And there will be a pool in order to collect the water to feed the harvest and to train the farmers on the sustainable farming. Also, we had different visits for different special sites and exquisite sites by using the barrels, and also in Ajlon. Also, we use the organic plantation and the regeneration farm of, and we had different conservations such as the bean preservations, conservations in Jerash as well. And also we train the farmers in Ajlan, in different areas in Ajlan, especially the olive farmers in particular. Also as a project, the ICT platform it's available right now for everyone. Everything has been accomplished. We view it on the platform, and all information and data are available, and the outcomes of the project. And thank you so much for your listening. We start now the first session of the innovation presentation that we start by Dr. Gorgias Proporius through online from Greece, and that he represents the Halk Agricultural Organization. It's about the adaptation of the olives throughout the sustainable management. And we remind here that the lecture is for all lecturers. It should not go further than 10 minutes, so please stick up to the time. So the next period will not go beyond it.
Hello, good morning. Can you see my screen? Hello. I'm Georgios Koubouris. Can you see my presentation? Hello, can you hear me?
Doctor, we are receiving your voice.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, perfect. So I'm so glad to participate in this meeting. I've been following the project and I see very interesting events and very nice collaboration of research with stakeholders and end users. And I think this is the most important missing link in the exploitation of results that are produced in the research centers. So this project is actually doing a great work. My presentation will be about smart practices for adaptation to climate change and mitigation of its effects. So there are two sides of the coin regarding the climate change: mitigation and adaptation. I work in Greece in the Hellenic Agricultural Organization, and this is the national organization that has over 700 employees with specialized laboratories and germplasm bags for all crops of Greece. There are three main branches: the research part, the farmers training, and the
Hello.
certification in agriculture.
Hello, hello.
These activities are combined to
عربي بدك تترجم.
give the best results for the farmers. In specific, I work with the Institute for Olympics and Process Education in the Research Center, and we maintain the national general ban for olive, vines, citrus, and some tropical plants with some thousands of genotypes. We also have laboratories for all sectors of growing, irrigation, fertilization, pest management, growing, etc. And three island laboratories for water quality, chemical analysis, and also for sensory evaluation. And in whatever we do, we try to do it in collaboration with farmers and agricultural associations. So our results are totally applicable for the end user. Let's go. Yes? Can you hear me? Okay, so let's see. Throughout the recent years, we can see that climate change challenges olive cultivation, and the main incidents we see are related to water shortage, flood incidents, extreme temperature, either high or frost incidents, UVB radiation, and this is related to the ozone depletion, the ozone hole that we have been discussing in the previous decades, soil degradation, biodiversity decline, and also some pests and diseases that have been considered as of minor importance in the past are now being evolved in very serious and harmful pests and diseases. This climate change era is complicated, and we see here, for example, the risk maps for Greece about drought, soil erosion, and flood. And we can see much of the country that is threatened by these three risks. And also we can see that the same area can be threatened by drought and also by flood. And this is really highlights the complexity of this process, that during winter we can have a flood in an area, which means excessive water, and during the summer we can have drought, which means insufficient water. So this is a complicated process of climate change adaptation, and it's not a simple thing. You have this pest spray with this pesticide and the problem is solved. We have been working a lot in improving the quality of olive products, but we also see that consumers care also about pollution. They want the product to be of high quality, but they want the product also to be respectful for the environment. A recent study demonstrated that burning of olive tree branches is a major source of pollution in the olive growing countries, with specific measurements in the air quality. And so we can see some environmental problems that have been rising, and some sustainable practices have been tested and are available for the farmers. For over 10 years, we have been testing these sustainable practices that are related to carbon removed during oil production to be returned through byproduct spread on the soil, either raw or composted, enrichment of indigenous weed flora by sowing a mix of selected seeds and establishing cover crops, minimizing or stopping completely the soil tillage, and also adaptation of tree pruning to maximize CO2 capture through photosynthesis. So this is a set of management practices. It's not only one practice, but the whole olive grove management in a more sustainable way. One example is the project Life Olive Klima, that was implemented for 5 years in 4 olive growing areas of Greece with different climate and soil conditions. 120 olive groves. We had irrigated and rainfed, we had conventional and organic farms, and we had different soil types and management. So all this set of agricultural practices was tested in very different conditions, and this way these practices were optimized, and we can ensure that they can be applicable in many other areas. In fact, this project was awarded as the best project in Europe for climate action by the European Commission in 2019. So our effort seems to have good results and recognition. Another project that we have been working on is Prima Sustain Olive. This is still active, and we can see in the map that many Mediterranean countries are participating and testing these sustainable practices, and also they are adapting the practices to their local conditions, meaning that this set of practices is not a protocol that should be applied exactly as it is in everywhere, but it should be customized, it should be adapted, and it should be developed and evolved according to the local conditions. This is the success of sustainability. Some indicative results that were achieved is that the carbon return to the olive groves through organic material recycling was improved. So the carbon inputs had significant impact on soil organic matter content, and soil organic matter is very critical for the soil quality and health, and also for the crop productivity and health. The addition of organic materials also improved the water retention. This is very important, especially for areas and countries with water scarcity, that when we apply a lot of organic materials on the soil, it can hold more water either through the rainfall, that is, it is better stored in the soil, or if we irrigate, this irrigation water is better protected from evaporation, and it is stored in the soil and it is available for our trees. So far we have better soil organic matter, and we have higher water retention in the soil. These are very important aspects of olive grove viability. Some other indicators of soil health and biodiversity were related to the soil microbial properties that are improved by sustainable management, and we can see some indicative measurements here: bacteria, azotobacter, proteolytic bacteria, actinomycetes, several microbial measurements that show that soil health was improved. Also, we studied mycorrhizal colonization, and mycorrhiza help act as an extension of the root system of the plants, and help the plant to collect water and nutrients from the soil. So this is again another positive effect of sustainability, of sustainable management, and this helps the plants to adapt in stresses, in environmental stresses. Maybe the most important thing and piece of data for the farmers is the yield of the olive groves. And you see here in a study from 2011 to 2016 that in the first years the olive oil yield was fluctuating with huge differences from year to year, and this is not good for the farmers. And then through sustainable pruning of the olive trees, and also with the other good management practices, we achieved to have stable yield. This is the viability of the farms. And this is something that means that this is economically viable for the farmers. Because sometimes farmers listen about sustainable practices and environmental friendly practices, but the cost for their application is excessively high, or they even may decrease the yield. So in whatever we suggest to the farmers, we should be sure that this is sustainably viable, economically viable. Here there are two options of recycling the pruning residue. This is very important. If we recycle the materials that we have available, this is very good to reduce the need for industrial fertilizers, and there are a lot of nutrients in there. So there are two options. The cheapest trader that produces a very fine and small pieces of wood, and the flail lawnmower, which breaks the branches in larger pieces. These two scenarios have different advantages and disadvantages. So in the cheaper trader, we have a faster decomposition rate, so we have a faster recycling of nutrients on the soil. We have faster nutrient recycling, but we have short-term carbon storage. So if we want to give nutrients fast for the olive trees, we have to use cheaper trader. If we want a long-term carbon storage, we should prefer the flail lawnmower. So depending on our strategy, we can select the tools and the methods that are more appropriate for our case. Another very basic, but very important practice in sustainability is the compost of organic materials. For example, this is the compost from the olive meal, and this had huge benefits for the soil fertility. And we can see here that in the areas that it was applied locally, we have high weed growth, and this is a very important indicator of nutrients. Where there are nutrients in the soil, we have more plant growth. So this was a very obvious proof that this material was very rich in nutrients. Also, cover crops. I see several presentations about cover crops, and this is very positive because this is a very useful agricultural practice. And when we compare a traditional olive crop with a single species of weeds, we have a low carbon storage and poor biodiversity. While when we apply a multi-species cover crop, as we did, you can see the photos of the richness and the diversity in the plants, and we had higher carbon storage, higher nitrogen fixation by the legume. So we had huge benefits in sustainability gain. Biodiversity plays a key role in agroecosystems resilience, so wood management is also critical on the achievement of a viable olive grove. If we have a wrong wood management, for example, if we spray a lot of herbicides all the time, we can result in single species dominance and for weeds that are very tolerant to herbicides, and this is very difficult to manage. On the other hand, if we apply multi-species soil cover, the whole ecosystem is more healthy, and we need less herbicides and less inputs to manage our olive grove soil. Tillage-induced erosion, we can see very dramatic impacts of soil tillage, especially in slopy land. You can see on the photo on the left how much soil has been lost through erosion, while on the right photo that we had the cover crops, we can see how abundant is the cover crop and how very well protected is the soil from erosion. So this is some of the photos many times are very indicative of the good results of sustainability. You can see here also one olive grove that is managed through intensive herbicides on the right, and on the left you can see an olive grove with natural soil cover during winter. This is exactly the same soil type and the same type of trees and variety, and you can see that if we leave the natural soil cover during winter, during the rain period actually, we have more rainwater storage in the soil and higher biodiversity, while if we keep the soil empty through the rain period, we have runoff of water and fertilizers in sloping land, and also soil erosion. This is more intense in sloping land and not so intense in flat land. On the other hand, in flat land, we may have wind erosion, which is also undesirable. Going deeper to study the effects of our recycling practices on biodiversity and on the environment, we also recycled the liquid olive meal wastewater, which has been considered as a waste in the past, but we applied it in certain amounts and doses, and we saw that one indicator of soil life, which is the earthworms, was not harmed at all. So we can recycle nutrients and water through this material and keep the soil healthy and not harm the life that is there in the soil. One other option is that the compost that is produced from the olive meal, it can have commercial exploitation. So not only we can use it as a for soil improvement, but if we have excess of this material, we can sell it. And you can see one example here of good mulch compost for sale with very good prices. And this is also something to consider, either from the olive meal waste or byproducts or for pruning residue recycling. Both sources are very suitable. Some other project we have been working on was the genetic resources for adaptation to climate change. So for adaptation to climate change, we need sustainable management practices in the field, but also genetic resources that are more suitable for certain areas and certain conditions. So we need varieties, plant varieties, olive varieties, and also sustainable management. In conclusion, organic byproducts of olive growing are very useful in many ways. We have encouraging results for carbon and nutrient storage in the soil, and we see that the global policy in agriculture focuses on carbon farming and circular economy and carbon storage. So this is very important to achieve it through recycling. We always suggest optimization of the practice to be viable. This is why we test our management throughout the Mediterranean, in many countries and in many olive groves. Always we need phytosanitary control because some materials may have some diseases that are harmful for the trees. So if we detect some serious disease, we have to burn the material and not recycle it. And we need holistic crop management. It is not one practice, one application, one habit, but it is the whole management of the olive grove that should be sustainable. Here are some agroecology projects we have been working on. If you would like to get more information and the websites, so here are some. Most of them involve the collaboration in many countries and with many farmers groups. This is important to have farmers groups in our work. These are some videos in YouTube about practical topics of olive growing, pruning, fertilization, weed management, composting, and holistic olive grove management. These have English subtitles, so they are free to watch in YouTube. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would be glad to collaborate with you, to discuss with you, and see how we can improve the olive growing in our areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Georgios. الهدف من هذه الورشة
The goal of this workshop to be interactive. So we're going to have, at the end of today, we're going to have a discussion session. However, we're going to open the floor for 1 or 2 questions if anyone is interested. Please go ahead.
في مايك.
Thank you so much for this invitation at the beginning and for this valuable lecture. My name is Ahmed Al-Nobani and I'm a consultant in the compost production. Actually, our problem in the olive farming in Jordan is that the compost that is being produced is usually from animal sources, which is called manure. So it is processed very quickly, so that when it is sold, it is not mature, and this makes the farmers use it only in the winter time. Knowing that the compost that the lecturer mentioned, which is actually from the waste of the farm itself. So unless it is processed properly, then it can be used all year long, and of course it would be a great alternative for using chemical materials. And of course this is what we call the organic farming. Now if we farm olive using the compost, which is properly treated or processed and mature is a key word. It can be used all year long. That's number 1. And number 2, it would be a good alternative for chemical materials. And some materials can be included that are considered organic, not chemical. And this is considered one of the best methods to adapt to the climate change. And at the same time to reduce the causes of climate change, specifically because of the greenhouse effects or greenhouse gases.
Okay. شكرا لك.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other comments؟ هل من أسئلة أو تعليق آخر؟
Good morning to all of you. Actually, with regards to some of the observations that we had in Taiba region in North Jordan, one of the farmers uses the processed olive seeds that are dry by throwing it on the trees, and he also irrigates the olive trees using the residues of olive of the squeezed olives. So he uses actually the water used to wash the olive. So he returns it to the olive farm, and in this case it would be an integrated approach that reduces the cost on the farms. And I believe that this is a step that I believe on NRC and Forestas to transfer this knowledge and the success story to all the kingdom. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Georges. Do you have any other comments before we finish this session and move on to the next session? Do you have any comments?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next session, which is pertaining to using the legume-based mixtures to be used in the multifunctional olive systems. This session will be presented by Mr. Claudio Borcheggio from the National Center for Research in Italy. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salam alaikum. Good morning to everybody. So, my topic covers the use of innovative legume-based mixture as cover crop in olive multifunctional systems. So it's very close what Salam introduced before, and also Georgios was spoken before me. So the main the main purpose of this new innovation is to introduce, to apply an innovative soil management technique to reduce the input, so to reduce the tillage, to reduce the fertilizer, the fuel, and the chemicals, and at the same time to increase the ecosystem service, for example, the biodiversity and the soil carbon sequestration. So I go fast here because already was mentioned by the previous intervention. So we have several advantages introducing legume-based mixture as a cover crop. The most important is the supply of natural nitrogen biologically fixed by the legumes. We can reach up to 200 kilo of nitrogen fixed by the legumes per hectare, so very high amount, and this is very important in this nowadays that the cost of fertilizer increase a lot. Then there is a better weed control in the olive groves. We could prevent the soil erosion, especially on the slope areas. We increase the organic matter in the soil. We can also increase the flexibility of the management of the farm and improving the quality of olive production. Last but not least, also we improve the immediate field accessibility of the olive grove. So we ensure prompt mechanical intervention in wet soil after storm, after heavy rains, especially in clay soil. And this is important, for example, for the prevention of olive disease. So within Living Agro project, we are carrying out field trials with cover crop, both in Italy, in Sardinia, and Lebanon. We can use several kinds of species as cover crop, but mainly are used legumes and grasses coming from the forage sector and pasture sector. So in this project, we are comparing an innovative mixture set up from CNR with a commercial mixture present in the seed market, with the natural covering, so the native species that grow in the understory on an olive grove, with fertilization, and the traditional management of the olive groves, so the tillage and fertilization. I have not time to go into the details of the preliminary results. These are really preliminary because, you know, we need a collection for a long time observation for at least 4 or 5 years to really produce a very solid assessment. So in this case, the results are quite interesting because we have already observed a negative impact of the natural covering on the photosynthesis activity of the olive plants, especially during the late spring, summer period, due probably to a competition for the water. So we must take care about the species to introduce in our olive groves. What we are doing, what we are using as innovative legume-based seed mixture. It is a mixture, 4-component seed mixture, using mainly self-reseeding annual species. So I'm talking on a different type of legume as Salam was showing before. So we are not talking about annual grain legume as a chickpea or fava bean that are utilized mainly for green manure. I mean, they are plugged at flowering into the soil to improve soil organic matter, while we, in this case, using the self-reseeding annual species, we try to promote the flowering, to promote the seed production during spring as much as possible, and this for create a very strong seed bank in the soil. So the seed overcome the drought period. The dry residual of the species are like a mulching, so they help to control the weeds. And then after the first rains in autumn, we have a germination of the seeds produced in the previous spring, so without a new sowing. So this is very important. So we are using an annual Medicago polymorpha, two kind of subclover, and one annual self-reseeding grasses, Lolium rigidum, and they have different agronomic traits. They are for different functional group, so nitrogen fixing species like the legumes, and nitrogen user species like the annual ryegrass. But also they are different as habitus, prostrate subclovers and semi-erect, the annual medic, the degree of hardness and the earliness. And of course they have a shade tolerance and a drought resistant. So we can set up several mixture for site-specific conditions. So this is a very important point, because we have in the market a lot of species and a lot of varieties, and so we can adapt the mixture component to the local condition. So in general, we can use this mixture in many Mediterranean regions without a problem. Also below 500, 600 millimeter. Here I reported 500, but if, because it is mainly addressed to our mixture, but we can use more species with a short cycle, with early maturing, and so we can use this mixture also in environment with 250, 300 millimeters. Of course, we have always to take into account the competition for the water, so we can use, for example, in irrigated olive groves. And also, we can use in different kind of soils. Who can benefit from the legume-based mixture? Of course, the olive growers, but also the sheep farmers. As we know, these two production are strongly linked. We have also another innovation that we are studying into Living Agro project about the grazing of small ruminants into the olive orchards. And this is very important in terms of wildfire prevention, because the cover crop produce some high quality forage that can be grazed by the sheep in this case, and so the residual can be removed, and we have a positive impact in terms of wildfire prevention in summer, so with a social benefit. And of course, there is the opportunity to develop of a local seed company that multiply and sell the seeds. Well, here I did some roughly estimation of the cost to establish a legume-based cover crop in Italy. In the first row, you have all the techniques utilized for the seedbed preparation, so soil tillage, the fertilization, the sowing, the rolling, that is a very important step of the introduction of the legume mixture, and this costs 270 euro. Then you have to add the cost of the fertilizer, 200 euro, the cost of the seed, 180 euro, the tax, so the total cost estimated is around 800 euro. So it is quite high cost, and so for this reason it is important to have, after the establishment of the sward, a very careful management in terms of fertilizers, especially phosphorus fertilizer, and in terms of management of the sward with eventually chopping, so we can extend and we can split the cost of the introduction of the legumes for several years, and so make more economic the introduction of this technique. So we have a strong reduction in terms of cost for the soil tillage, because if we manage well, we can have this cover for 3, 4, 5 years at least. Reduction in terms of herbicide and nitrogen fertilizer. And all this make easier the transition to an organic production regime. So, in conclusion, I listed the potential social and environmental benefits of the cover crop. As first, increase farmer income, reducing the cost mainly, a mitigation of climate change. We can reduce the environmental impact, especially on soil and water, and the mixture can be utilized for rehabilitation of abandoned olive groves. It is a very serious problem in South Italy, and improvement of the landscape and the recreational usability of the olive grove. So I thank you for your attention. Here you have my contact for the future. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Any other questions with regards to this lecture? Or shall we move to the next session? None. There is a quick question regarding the legume-based and the agriculture. Does each land has a specific type or a particular type that can be planted in all lands and that gives the best harvest? فمن المهم أن نقوم باختيار المواد التي تتكيف حسب الظروف.
That cover a wide range of environments, soil and climatic conditions. But it depends always to the site, so maybe you have to mix species and varieties with a broad range of adaptability with other with specific site-specific adaptability. So I can't give you an answer, but we have to examine each site also in relation to the farm management and farm condition and the objective of the olive growers. Sorry?
يعني نقوم بفحص
So you mean that we need to check the soil and then examine what kind of legume-based mixtures that can be planted down there?
That are the key aspects to study, and then you can choose the component of the mixture. Yeah.
ننتقل الآن إلى المحاضرة التالية وهي
We may move to the next session under the title of Helion and the integration of olives plantation by Dr. Adolf Rosalti from the Agricultural and Research Center in Italy.
Salam, good morning everyone. I'll try to be fast and catch up some time. We heard already a lot about olive trees combined with other things which we call agroforestry. And olive trees used to be grown in agroforestry in most instances in the past. And in the last century or so, or even more recently, olive groves have been changed to specialized monocrops, as happened to most of the crops. And this, as we already heard this morning, created some problems with erosion, soil fertility, lost biodiversity, and all these things. I will not repeat what has been said. To overcome all these problems and, in fact, revert the trend and improve the sustainability of the system, we're going back to mulching, as we heard up to now. So my question initially was, well, if we're going to plant mulch again, why not use something that can make some money? Why not mulch with something that has a product, rather than just mulch because it's good for the trees, but it's only a cost? Dr. Porchetto just said what the cost is. It's pretty high, but we have to spend money rather than making money to mulch. So a little step backwards. Does it make sense to plant a mulch or another crop in an olive orchard? You know plants need light to produce. Is there enough light under an olive orchard? Well, it turns out that olive orchard will produce the highest yield when they intercept 55% of the light. If you plant them more densely together, they shade each other and they start producing less oil. So that means that 45% of the light is usually available even in modern intensive olive growing. Additionally, there are different types of orchard. And in these cases, there is much more light in the center of the alley. If this is super high density olive orchard, the light can be up to 65% in the center of the alley. Additionally, when you plant a young orchard, the trees are small and it takes years before they intercept a lot of light. So there is plenty of space. So the answer is yes, there is an opportunity there to grow something. But what can we grow? In terms of added value, if you exclude pharmaceutical products, the next best thing to grow is probably food. It's the highest added value product you can grow in an olive orchard. However, we already heard a lot about intercropping olives with legume crops, so I will skip that part. You already heard about chickpeas and broad beans and winter vegetables and all the things. But I will make a comment about wild edible food. In fact, in an olive orchard, many weeds they grow are perfectly good edible vegetables. We just don't know they are edible. And in different cultures, they eat different things and don't eat other things that are just as good. And I'm just showing you a lot of pictures. I won't have time to comment any of this, but just to show how many edible species you normally have, even in volunteers, weeds in an olive orchard, and what you can use them. It says some of my books, but they're Italian, so in Italian, so you don't care. So the comment is, don't throw away food. Even if the food is volunteer, you did not plant it, it's there, you can use it. You can use it for your family, but you can use it also for niche markets. The next best thing you can grow then is feed for the animals. So in an olive orchard, many species of animals can actually exploit the green vegetation that's growing underneath. Additionally, you grow olives to make olive oil, but the olive contains a small percentage of olive oil. The rest is something else, olive cake, which you can feed back to the animals. Additionally, olives are evergreen, and when you prune them during the winter, you get more forage, from 1 to 3 tons per hectare of material, half of which can be consumed by ruminants. Finally, many olives don't make it to the mill. They fall before harvest or during harvest with olive shakers. Again, those can be picked up by animals and they can become animal feed. So as you see, there are many different sources of forage potential in the olive orchard, which are usually nowadays not exploited. I don't know about Jordan, but in Europe, about 8% of the area of the olive orchard is grazed. The rest is wasted forage. Additionally, I don't have time to talk about this in detail, but this material contains a lot of polyphenols, and these polyphenols are actually, in the right amount, good for the animal health, and in terms of antioxidants and other beneficial minor compounds. Additionally, it turns out these tannins that they're included are likely to reduce methane emission in the ruminants, which reduces climate impact, and also they move the nitrogen from the urine to the feces, which reduces leaching and increases the long-term retaining of nutrients into the soil. So there is a lot of aspects related to these things. And finally, the products from these animals are better quality for human consumption because they also carry those antioxidants. But the orchard doesn't provide only forage opportunity, it provides also shelter and shade and protection in some cases against predators. And with climate change, grazing animals need more and more shade, and trees are the best way to provide their shade. In this study, they estimated that heat stress, suffering from heat, reduces by $1.2 billion a year the market just for dairy sector in the United States. You can imagine what heat stress does worldwide in terms of animal production. And shading with trees is better than shading with other structures that may be expensive and not natural and not sustainable. But animals return the favor to the olive trees. They also provide services. For instance, they can weed for you. Again, you're saving money while you're producing something else. They can also fertilize the soil, and in some cases, they can carry out some pest control. In this case, you see how chickens reduce the soil to a desert in this vineyard. This is obviously too much, and it's not a good example, but just to show you what these animals can do. They can weed to any extent you make them do. And if you look for weeding with geese, you find that they've been used in many occasions, especially in organic agriculture. So my message to you today is that animals can be looked not just as the product, but they can be your labor force. And they are free, they work 24 hours a day, they don't have holidays, unions, anything. And most importantly, they're happy to do it, because that's what they're designed to do. They're much happier than do it this way. Now, in a few minutes, a particular example of a project we work with, which is growing wild asparagus. This is wild asparagus, Asparagus acutifolius. I believe it grows in Jordan as well. And it's not the cultivated asparagus, which is a completely different crop. Why grow wild asparagus? Well, because we in the Mediterranean eat it, and we buy it, and we pay a lot of money for it because it's usually not cultivated. It's usually sold as a niche crop, but it can actually be sold on the big supermarket if anybody just provides the material. And I've been studying for the last, 30 years how to grow the plants. The seeds are dormant, so you have to stratify them, but I've published how to make the seeds and how to make the plantlets. This is plants with pots, and it likes to grow in the same environment as the olive grows. It likes rocky soils, calcareous soils, sandy soils, the Mediterranean climate. Basically, wherever there is an olive, you bet you can grow an asparagus. So we planted it in traditional orchard, in super high density olive orchard, plastic mulching, straw mulching, and this is an adult olive and asparagus system. And the results are that the olive yield doesn't change because the olive is on top and it takes all the light. And the asparagus yield can be a little less in the shade, but of better quality because the spears are more tender. The problem is weeding. Once you plant the asparagus, it's a little bit more complicated to weed. So we asked the chickens to help. That was the purpose. Let the animals do the work for you. So we grew 2 to 3 cycles of 1,000 chickens per hectare. So that's 10 square meters per chickens. The cycle is 90, 100 days with these animals. These are the semi-portable chicken sheds. You can see how they weed. If they weed really well, see the difference between where they graze and where they don't. We also calculated the fertilizer contribution of these animals, and you can see there is plenty of nitrogen and even too much phosphorus. So if anything, there is too much phosphorus. They do eat the olive fallen on the ground and a lot of grass. This is from the crop. That was the stomach. They do destroy olive suckers if the chickens are there in spring early. When the suckers become woody, then it's too late. Of course, you need fencing for the chickens against the predator, and that can be expensive. However, there's an alternative system. This is bottomless cages that you can move around. If you look at Joel Salatin in the States, he moves like 20 of those and every day, and it grows thousands of birds that way. So that's an alternative to fencing the whole orchard. We evaluated the environmental advantages of combining these animals and orchards. And I don't have time to tell you the details of that. But basically, you save land because if you want to graze chickens, you don't need additional land. You can just use existing olive orchards. And also, because the chicken fertilize and weed for you, you're saving on fertilizer and weeding, which happens to be the 2 practices with the highest environmental impact in the olive orchard. So you're saving most of the olive orchard impact. And there's advantages in terms of animal quality. So in summary, the same hectare can produce as much as 1 hectare olive, as much as 0.7 hectare of asparagus, and as much as 1 hectare of chickens, the same piece of land. This concerns Europe, so I kind of skip it. But basically, if we use chickens to fertilize the olive orchard, we would be saving 5 million tons of CO2 and a lot of fertilizers and costs. In conclusion, when you use chickens, you still have to feed them. They do scratch the soil, they do kill the weeds, but you still have to feed them because they eat mostly grains. If you use sheep instead, they do mainly eat grass, and so you're saving basically 90% of the sheep food, and so that's even more advantageous. And if you consider that agriculture contributes apparently, now there is some revision about methane impact on climate change. It seems that it's not as bad as they said, but basically it was estimated that agriculture contributes 1/4 of greenhouse gas emissions, and most of this is due to animal rearing, and most of it is due to growing food for the animals. And worldwide, we have 150 million hectares of permanent crops, including olives, fruit trees, and grapes, most of which are not grazed, and most of which are not exploited in terms of their feed potential. If we use those hectares to exploit this additional potential, we would be saving a lot of agricultural land, and we would be reducing a lot of environmental impact. Thank you.
Can we stay just for the question?
Yes.
محاضرة قيمة طبعا.
Such a precious lecture,
فيما يخص هذا الأسلوب
and this style of cultivating olive trees.
I'd like to thank you and
I would like
all the presenters because what provided is the richest presentation I have ever listened, actually. It's very, very rich content. I have 2 questions, if you allow me. The first thing, that there's a very huge gap between the rain precipitation between Jordan and Europe, okay? And maybe for the previous, I wanted to ask before about the green crop, the green cover. I think there is several experience in Jordan on this technique
but unfortunately it consumes a huge amount of water. So it's very, very hard to be implemented here in Jordan due to the arid climate, the first thing. So do you think there's some specific crops that could be planted that don't use this amount of, consume this amount of water that could be adopted in Jordan? This is the first question. Also, in case I visited a farm in Jordan also, they use full kind of grains, okay? What's broad bean, exactly. But you know, you need to harvest to remove the green before it starts giving the seeds, because you know it will reconsume the nitrogen and other nutrients in the soil. So what do you think about this technique? And there's another thing that I was surprised now when you talked about the asparagus, because I visited a farm in Mafraq, an olive farm, a big farm. They plant, I was surprised because they planted asparagus around the trees, in the tree, the hole they dig for water. And the farmer informed me that after somebody tell him about this technique, when he used it, he discovered that the crop of the asparagus was more feasible than the olive itself. So I didn't know that it's a really common experience worldwide. I thought that it's only he did it, and it was very, very great experience. And I wish that all the olive farmers to grow asparagus, even in the desert areas like Mafraq. So I really I wish to promote this technique, and I will thank you again for this very, very rich content. Thank you.
While I wait for Claudio to come and answer to the first question, I will. Yes, the asparagus is very drought tolerant, and as I said, it grows in the same environment as olives, so it's a good combination. And in Europe, growing olives sometimes is becoming no longer profitable, especially for marginal areas. We have a lot of marginal areas where the olives are traditionally there, they're part of the landscape, but you can't make money on it because you can't mechanize and it costs too much and the oil price does not pay for that. And in Italy, you can't remove the olives. So sometimes planting something underneath is really the only lucrative thing you can do. Otherwise, you're condemned to keep these olives and it's not worth picking the olives. In terms of water, the nice thing about growing forages is the flexibility. So you can plant, say, broad beans, and if you get a rainy year, you decide to harvest the seeds. If you get a dry year, you terminate that as early as necessary, especially if you have long-term weather forecasts. You know it's going not to rain, you can terminate the crop earlier and adjust it. You still get some forage production, so that's more flexible than food crops, because food crops, if you don't get to the end, you waste your time. Forages are more flexible that way. But in terms of specific answer for Jordan, unfortunately I don't have them. I don't know what species would be best adapted. I'm in search of a plant that produces some seeds for the chickens early enough to not compete with the olives. And maybe that's possible in Italy. Maybe in Jordan it's just not possible because you need to terminate it earlier. And maybe Claudio can add on what species may be best. But I think he already answered basically that there's not perfect answer. You have to locally investigate a lot of germ plants and eventually find out what works best locally. There's no recipe, but Claudio may want to say something.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. It is true there is a competition for water between the legumes that we introduce with the olives. So we look, in this case, for legumes with a shorter cycle, so early maturing, to reduce the competition. So, for example, there are varieties of annual maize or subterranean clover that are very early maturing, so on early March, they already stop to grow. So you avoid the competition in part of the spring and after there. So this is a first point. The other point is you can manage and have the cover crop only in the interrow and not completely cover all the olive groves. And the other aspect, in Italy, for example, it is utilized in irrigated conditions, so you have no problem. But in any case, you are changing the management of the soil. This is very important.
Another question, please. There's any cost-benefit analysis has been made? Does any cost-benefit analysis has been made to apply this approach to know the marginal cost against the marginal profits, or it's always positive, or is it just for the sake of the trees to be in the good health? So it's always feasible, or how you can tell us as you start your approach about it's always feasible and it's a business approach?
In another project, we're just developing an economic, environmental, and social assessment of combining olives and asparagus, and we're just producing a draft of a first paper. So we're working on publishing those aspects, only for the asparagus and olives. As in terms of chickens or animals, we have a couple of papers on the life cycle assessment of the system, so that has more of an environmental, but also a second paper on multi-criteria approach, which includes the economic aspects for the farmers. So maybe those papers can answer partially your question.
Thank you. شكرا دكتور.
So, thank you, Dr. Adolfo Rosanti, and now we move to the last session for this lecture, which is differentiating between the virgin olive and the food olive, which is resulting from the variation and which is being produced in different areas, which is being produced by Dr. Luizias and from the Institute of Biology and Resources, the vital one in Italy. You may have the floor, please, Professor.
Hi, good morning, everybody. And I would like to present you an innovation that could be helpful for the protection of the high-value olive oil and table olives that can be applied in all countries, in all areas. Why this is important? Sorry. Olive oil is one of the most frauded food in Europe and in many other countries. And frauds relate mainly to the confusion among extra virgin olive oil and table olives with different reputation and price, which means that on the market you can find olive oil and table olives that are supposed to come from certain regions and made up with a certain varietal composition, but they are not. They are not because it's very easy to make mix with different oils coming from other regions, other countries, and with the lower value, and can be sold at higher price. Another problem refers to the presence of clonal variants within the olive varieties. Let's say an example of different names for the same cultivar, Nabali Baladi, for example, which is present in Jordan, but is also present in many other neighboring countries with the same name or with different names. So when we talk about Nabali Baladi, we have to be sure what we are talking about. And we don't know yet if there are any difference at genomic level among these these widespread cultivar and many other widespread cultivars as well. And but this can cause other confusion on the market. There is only way to establish what is the varietal composition of an olive oil, and also what are the varieties used for producing table olives, unless for those that can be easily recognized by their morphology. Other varieties are very similar at morphological level, and it's very difficult to establish what variety they are. And DNA is the only method, the analysis of DNA, that may allow to recognize exactly what are the variety or the varieties that have been used. And this analysis allows also an a posteriori verification, which means directly with analyzing the product which is on the market. And it is able to verify all the varieties present in the oil and the table olives, and also to verify, because there are also even more dangerous frauds related to the mix of olive oil with oil of other oil crops, like maize, corn, canola, and so on. Because for all the other, these other species have been developed new varieties which mimic the composition of olive oil in terms of oleic acid content. Why DNA? DNA is present in oil in very low quantities, in traces, and it can be maintained for a long time because it remains protected within natural microcapsules, and it can be reproduced in vitro. So from one single DNA fragment is possible to obtain in 1 hour reaction millions of copies. So it becomes possible to analyze them. And also in the last few years, many markers, many DNA markers have been developed, able to distinguish clearly one variety from another one. And reference databases are available, publicly available, and everybody can check and compare the profile of their own oil with those of the most of the varieties presently cultivated. What is the purpose of the innovation? So one is what I said before, fight against the frauds, but also is an important tool to certify the product that the honest producer are selling, and is also able to help the olive oil industries and table olive industries, which buy at least a part of the product they sell, and they don't know what they buy. So they need to know and need to have a certain guarantee on the origin, the geographical origin of the oil, and the varietal composition of this oil. Which problem this innovation can solve? The simple evidence that there is no other analysis that can allow to verify the varietal composition of the oil. Is impossible with the regular analytical methods, chemical and physical methods, to verify the varietal composition. Now there are some methods able to distinguish the geographical origin, which can be of help, but they are very difficult to apply. Of course, this tool, this method can be useful for all olive oil producing countries and all consumers, of course. There are some cultivars that have been spread everywhere, so it's difficult to verify from which area they come from. But for most, for let's say 95% of cases and olive oils, is still possible to establish a correlation between the cultivar composition and the geographical area of origin, because every country, every region, every valley has its own cultivars. Who will benefit for this? Of course, the olive oil producers, olive oil consumers, the agencies that are involved in the control of the authenticity of food products, and all stakeholders involved in the supply chain referred to olive oil and table olives. There are some labs that are performing DNA analysis for olive oil and table olives. The costs, at least in Italy, are those indicated in the slide. For DNA analysis, it costs more or less 400 euros, 100 euros for table olives, and we are developing now new markers to distinguish among clonal variants within some varieties, and this should cost a little bit more. But this cost should be referred to big quantities of olive oil. So the cost referred to each olive oil bottle or table olive jar is very, very low. Let's say that the potential revenues for and the potential saving for this innovation refer to the possibility of this final analysis, and it can represent an added value that can be used on the label of olive oil and table olives, DNA certified, and also for export into a country like the US, Canadian, Japan countries. They ask for this kind of analysis. Of course, it's not yet an official analytical method. It has not yet been recognized by the International Olive Council, but we expect that in the near future this will become a routine method of analysis. The beneficial effects on at social and environmental level are evident. In Italy, at least, when we started to apply this kind of analysis, people is saying that the level of frauds is reducing more and more because people knows that it's possible now to distinguish different varieties within the oil. And we also need the support of the institutional services, not only the private analytical labs. And we expect that this innovation will help the protection, the preservation of the fragile, difficult regions and agro-environments where the best olive oil come from. Thank you very much.
تفضل. There is a question.
مساء الخير. أنا اسمي أحمد.
Good afternoon. My name is Ahmed Lishraida from Arabella. Actually, based on the practices. So I'm from Irbid Governorate, North Jordan. Actually, one of the traditional practices from fathers and our ancestors is that the usages of olive oil is that they start with the local olive oil, not the Nabali or any of the kinds that the Ministry of Agriculture brought us. They are not good. So first of all, we need to focus on the local olive. That's the first thing. The second thing, we need to farm in the slopes, not in the areas where there is red soil. And another thing is that the amount of rain that fall on olive in order to be proper needs to be from 400 to 500 millimeters. Now, if it exceeds the 500 millimeters, then it is not really that good. So we need to go back to the traditional practices when it comes to farming olive here in Jordan and in the Middle East. And at the end of the day, everyone sees himself like the right person and everyone else is wrong. ماشي الحال.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Thank you. There is another question.
Good afternoon. My name is Najib Al-Momani from Ajloon Governorate. I am an olive farmer. I have a big farm from 30 to 40 denims. Now, what has been mentioned by my colleague Al-Shraida from Irbid Governorate, we are also from North Jordan, from Ajloon. And Ajloon is known historically for being the best olive producer. And now it is farmed in the high lands. Also in the low lands that also legumes are farmed there, as well as grapes and apple trees. So we're saying that the traditional farming is the successful farming. I mean, when it comes to the olive farming, it can be grafted in a certain way, and it can. The interpreter cannot hear the speaker. Okay, now better. So by intensifying the visits from NARC, of course, I'd like to mention his name, Dr. Salame and Engineer Amr al-Mahasne. They paid us lots of visits that were really beneficial to us. So the results we had is that the production was 300% because of the grafting and taking care of the seeds and the new technology.
Just an introduction. Thank you.
So it's a comment, not a question. Before taking a short break, we will have a final lecture under the title The Full Chain of Genuine Mitochondria for the Traditional Olive in Jordan, which is presented to us by Dr. Muhammad. The floor is yours, Muhammad.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to be with you. First of all, I hope or I need to mention that my presentation will be somehow different. This is more biotechnology than multifunctional olive system. My presentation will be about the complete genome mitochondria for one of the historical olive cultivar in Jordan. We call it Mihras. We are a group of researchers from different institutes and universities in Jordan. My name is Mohammed Abreik from the biology department in Jarash University. With me also Professor Mundir Sadr from the Department of Horticulture and Crop Science from Jordan University. We have other colleagues also from NARC and other universities. Okay. As introduction, we feel that we have the right to study olive at different levels because we are the core origin of domestication and cultivation of olive trees. Cultivation and domestication of olive trees started several thousands of years ago in Jordan and in the Fertile Crescent. In Jordan, we have more than 70% of the cultivated areas, tree cultivated areas are olive orchards. And we have about 20 million trees grown in Jordan in about 1 million dunam or 250 acres. Okay. The plant material for the our analysis obtained from this tree, which is grown in northern part of Jordan, in Ajloun, Hashmiya exactly. And we call the tree, or this cultivar, Mihras, and the name comes from the width of the trunk of the tree. In our analysis, we use different techniques, different softwares to obtain results. We use the Illumina high-sec sequencing technology to sequence the mitochondrial genome. The mitochondrial genome is a small part of the whole genome, which is the complete genome. And we use, for example, CLC workbench, genomic workbench to assemble the mitochondrial genome. Then we obtained one contig for the mitochondrial genome, which is deposited in a database under the name which is MW262896. Then we draw the mitochondrial genome using another software. We will see it after minutes. Then we make alignment between the our mitochondrial genome with other mitochondrial genomes for cultivars from Europe and other parts of the world. Until now, little is known about the mitochondrial genome regarding olive. We found the 3 published genomes, and we assemble other genomes from the databases available. And we use a PhyLab software to construct the phylogenetic tree, which we'll see in a few minutes. The mitochondrial genome size is about 710,000 base pair in length, and it is a typical mitochondrial genome, which is the circular form. This mitochondrial genome includes 70 genes. 44 of these genes are protein coding genes, and 23 for tRNA, while 3 genes for rRNA. About the CG content is about 44.7%. One of the results obtained in this project is that Mihras missed the start codon in many genes. And this feature is reported in some plants. This is the circular mitochondrial genome of Mihras. even if the genes or the names of the genes is not clear, but many genes are presented in this mitochondrial genome, circular mitochondrial genome. Our genome is assembled or aligned with one cultivar from Cyprus, which is Stavrophoni monastri. From this alignment, we obtained that we have about 925 SNPs, and we have about 68 indels, insertion deletion regions, and the details are listed in the table shown in the screen. Then we construct a phylogenetic tree for about 10 or 9 cultivars and one outgroup. We can see that in the first group here, here we can see that Mehras has a common ancestor with 2 very famous cultivars cultivated in Spain and Italy, Manzanella in Spain and Frontoio in Europe. And we are grouped together with a common, with a famous also cultivar which is from Cyprus. In a previous results, based on the chloroplast genome, we found that Mehras has a common ancestor with the cultivar coming from Cyprus. The previous work was published 2 years ago. This is the first page of the publication, and this is the dendrogram obtained, or the phylogenetic tree obtained based on a previous studies, which is based on the chloroplast genome. Then we make comparison between Mehras genes and genes from 4 different mitochondrial genome. We focus on the gene order and reading direction of these genes. The comparison was between Mehras and 2 cultivars, one from Portugal and one from France, and the other from the Cyprus. We see that we have the same order, let me see, and reading direction between the Mehras cultivar and the cultivar coming from Cyprus, but we have apparent difference between the gene order and direction, read direction between Mehras and the 2 other cultivars coming from Portugal and France. This project is a small part of a mega project, but in the future we will analyze the nuclear genome, which means the full genome. We have the data. We are elaborating now in this data. The purpose of this analysis to obtain, we hope to obtain the SNPs, which is unique to Mehras, and we hope to identify genes which is correlated to a certain desirable trait present just in or unique to Mehras, especially for abiotic stresses. Also now we have samples in the field or in the lab to study the performance of the cultivar Mehras under abiotic stress. Especially we know that a large part of the world suffer now from the abiotic stresses like drought, salinity, and heat. The innovation part, we believe that our analysis will be useful, will be helpful to the cultivars or to the farmers of olive in Jordan. In the last year, olive oil from mono oil variety from Mehras was obtained, and the price in the market was augmented by 50%. Our analysis, our results could be helpful to the olive oil cultivation sector to increase farmer incomes, and if we found genes unique to the Mehras, this could be helpful to increase the area cultivated by this type of by this cultivar. This is the innovation part from our side as biotechnologists, and we hope that could be helpful or beneficial to the olive sector. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور. شكرا دكتور.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't know if you have any questions, but actually we are running out of time. Now we have a short break for 10 minutes. Afterwards, we will return to the hall to continue with our agenda. I hope that we can come back quickly. We have 10 minutes. I hope that we don't exceed the specified time. Thank you so much.
السلام عليكم مرة أخرى، وسوف نبدأ الجلسة الثانية لهذا اليوم حول عروض الابتكار، وهذه الجلسة نستهلها
Peace be upon you. And here we are going to talk about the connection about involving women in the olive sector in the rural area. And it will be presented by Dr. Sana Hinnawi, and that she represents the women network for olives. You may have the floor, please. Peace be upon you. May God give you the health. It's such a long day. Please bear with us.
Thank you very much.
For a start, sorry, I'm going to speak in English. But first, I would like to greet everybody, and I would like to tell you that thank you for being between you. And that's an important and enriching activity, and it has lots of innovations. So thank you. شكرا لكم.
Introduce my colleague, who is the head of Jordanian Olive Oil Women's Network, which is the Olive Oil Association that is formally established here in Jordan. She is Engineer Nihaya Al-Mhaysen. Please, Nihaya, will you stand up? Thank you very much. Wants to visit this presentation from one of the network member, and she didn't do it by herself. This is what we work in the association. So let us talk about our conversation, and I'm trying just to do and to work with you. Please let me invite you to our journey in this network. So the network, it is about 100 members of women. They are working totally volunteer. They are working in the olive oil, and especially in the extra virgin olive oil as consumption and production and table, whatever that you want to say about that. So let us have the slides. I don't want to have too long with you. I will not say anything about chemical, physical formulas. Please, I have background in economics. I am economist in bachelor and master's, and I have the finance PhD, but I'm very fond of olive. So I am member at this association. So let me just talk to you as a family, just to have this conversation and trying just to have some smiles on your faces, please. Thank you very much. So let us have about our presentation. What is this association? What does stand for? Which is the Jordanian Olive Oil Network for Women, which is Women's Network. We will talking about the networking women inclusion of olive sector in rural areas. This association and this network trying just to reach out all women all over Jordan, not only the urban areas also, but to the rural areas for those women. Those they cannot speak up. Those people they cannot voice. Those people they have a tremendous experience and a lot of experience and practices about olive oil we have to respect. It is not always things in the box, with my respect to the PhDs, because I am a holder and I like a lot of research, but there are people, they are practicing on the ground. We have to have something connection. This is which is a gap. This is what I'm going to talk about in this presentation. I will not talk anything about chemical, physical, something like which is the scientific thing. Please, next one. I have sorry. Yeah. The key points that we are going to just try to discuss today and to have this journey with us, with thanking for you, which is the key discussion will be the context and background. What is the Jordanian Olive Oil Women's Network? What is stand for, or standing for? Now we are talking about the methodology and approach. How does it work? Also, we are going to say about the specifications and outputs for the activities and about the events that she is doing, initiatives, a lot of initiatives. Also, the impact and outcomes for the behavior on the level of community and level of the people and level on the institutions. This is my specialist, so I will get too much talk about this one. Now, filled gaps. What does this association, this network trying just to fill these gaps? Limitations and challenges also everywhere, but you have to try to manage these challenges and risk to mitigate it, not to eliminate it, as you know, because some. You cannot do that, will be a beautiful day to do that. Now, at the end, we will talk about which is the futures and potential whatever possibilities. Look at this picture. In my opinion, when you put a picture, you have a lot of titles, you have a lot of words, a lot of sentences, a lot of emotions, a lot of passionate. Look at them. All of them, they are smiles. They are the members, just a sample of member for the Jordanian Olive Oils Network, and also members from the Arabian or Arab Olive Oil Women's Network also. We have two things, which is two associations, which is the Arabian one, the members are the associations in those countries. And the associations have its own, its individual members. So the first one, we are in SALT in this picture, and we all in technical visits, which is as a margin visit for the International Olive Council, and we did that. It was a very beautiful trip at that time. Sorry. The context in March 2020, the newborn of John, or which is the Olive Oil Association under the umbrella of the Ministry of Social Development, as you know, it was established. Let us talk about the networking, which is the title of this presentation. We have something about networking. Why? Why we are networking? Why this association doing networking? Because accessibility. Trying to have the accessibility to what? Accessibility to be a consumer, to be a producer, to be for food and medicine, for the wife, in order just to take care of her children, for that woman in order to be a producer, for that farmer as a woman in order just to have that decisions and get into the production lines. So to what extent that we can have these paths or these channels to access to these paths, that will be it will be our Eid. It will be a very beautiful day for us in order just to facilitate something like that. Women, inclusion, kids, youth, rural areas. So these are our audience. They are not only women. They are women working, volunteers, and targeting women in rural areas and urban ones. Also, we go to the kids. We go to the universities with youth in order just to disseminate, to have the awareness about the EVO, which is the extra version of olive oil. Why we should consume, why we should have, which is about dissemination of these and awareness. So let us talk about the women also inclusion for this one. these things doesn't come for just ad hoc, ever. We put it based on institutional wise. There are agreements, there are memorandum of understandings, and with several institutions. Look at the other slide talks about women. We are now about more than 100 volunteer members of women working volunteer, totally volunteers. So they are from government, these members. They are some of them from NGOs, CSOs, civil organization committees, heads, offices, whatever. They are academics, they are consultants. You have a very variance of these members, which will be rich a lot of this association. Another picture. This is the picture that will be ladies in order just to have this memorandum of understanding. What does that means? That means that this network can work institutionally with the Ministry of Agriculture. On the other side, the ministry, sorry, just 2 minutes. May I have 4? Thank you. Whatever. I tried. Okay, I will go just more fast. Thank you. So in this case, we have another one, which is this the headquarters of the association. It is in the Al-Jazazi mill in Salt. And the person that, which is respectful one, he is Abdul Latif Ghadira, the CEO of the International Olive Council. He opened that headquarters. Let me talk about something else, please. We are talking about the engagement. We are talking about something that they train just to have capacity building, to have something about sincerity. This is my grandmother, Celine, and put just a few or description about this olive tree. We have a picture of this one. Also, this was, this not the only sign. We have more than one, maybe, I think maybe they have 8 or 10 of these signs. They are in that rural areas, which is the grandmother, Zaytuna, which is olive, Ain Sirin. Look at the lines. They are description about this tree. So a lot of initiatives in order just to be inside, to be close to the farmer, and especially the women in the rural areas. Now, methodology, we are trying we have a strategic plan, we have implementation plan, yes. We have full participatory approach with all the stakeholders. We don't do everything by ourselves, no. Please come and give us a hand, whoever they are, those people. We have a learning, we have something about transferring knowledge. We respect the farmers and the farmers of women in the rural areas. Why? Because they have a lot of knowledge, practices, and we have to have mutual, which is knowledge between us. So result-based management is very important in order just to see what are the results and to build on that thing and to disseminate it to other people or to other areas in Jordan. Now, specifications, we are talking about values. We are talking about collection season of olive. You know, it's a valuable day for families here in Jordan. We have talked about production consumption. We have a capacity building. How can they marketing? How can they testing this one for women, for rural areas, for kids, for youth, whatever in this thing. I don't want to repeat these things in these slides. Now, this is a picture, I think it talks about itself. That's it. Now, this is the kids here. Look at these kids. They are testing the olive oil, and they have a lot of these initiatives. Sorry, I have just 1 minute. Thank you very much. I don't want to be burden honorable, because I want to finish my journey. Thank you very much. So those are kids. Look at the lady on the left. She has a consume which is about as olive, olive, which is one piece of olive, whatever. This is another picture. So impact and outcomes. Why we are doing that? Why? Because we want to have respectful, which is relationship with the farmers, rural areas, with the women, to be respected, to have upscaling, to have scaling up our initiatives, to reach other areas, to reach other women, to reach other people, to reach other variants of audience. These things that we are doing, and we are growing as John. I'm talking about on behalf of John, as you know. So we have initiatives, we have members, whatever. Now we have being close to the Evivo community and women. This is very, very important thing, which is face to face. And also we have a lot of virtual Zoom sessions. It was maybe about 1 week, each week that we have that session, especially in coronavirus. Especially in coronavirus, there's no mobility, so you cannot go and visit and do anything. So why shouldn't we do something to have, which is a virtual Zoom? And they have a lot of people. We are not talking about Jordan. We have we invite from Saudi Arabia, sorry, from Palestine, from Egypt, and a lot of people. They get join these sessions. Now, field gaps, trying just to have that farmer woman in order just to speak out and to reach her voice of her experience, of her achievements, she's very, very proud. You have to see her passionate. You have to see her eyes. You have to see her smile. So these things we can reach it out. Now, in this session, I'm trying just to have that scenario, but I cannot. You have to see it face to face. Networking, yes. Now, limitations as always, which is resources, but we depend somehow on ourselves in that thing. So what are the future potentials? We have a heritage, which is an ancient trees. We can invest in, thank you very much. We can invest in our members. They are well educated, well known, well updated, and well informed of what? Of olive knowledge. They are very, very experienced people. I'm talking about the ladies, and they are the 100 people. At the end, we have another, which is association, the Arab olive oil. We can expand and scaling up and having these things. We have a lot of things, which is future potentials. Sorry to be so long. I'm sorry, but this is us, me and Nihaya, and I'm talking on behalf of John. I am just a member, and I'm very honored. Thank you.
لا ما في أسئلة لأنه حنختصر الموضوع. Who said women like to talk?
Sorry?
Who said?
What? Me to talk?
No, women like to talk. Nobody said this. I don't believe in this.
I don't like this. We have to have a private conversation. I don't like this.
I'm just trying to make a joke. Anyway, ما حيكون عندنا أسئلة في هذه الجلسة.
Okay, so we're not gonna have receive any questions for the sake of time. So we're gonna move to another lecture, and the next lecture is going to be about agroforestry as a tool to develop tourism and environmental agriculture, which will be given to us by Mr. Badr from the Al Widyan Cooperative Association in Jordan. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm not going to take much of your time, but actually it is a very good topic and is really important that forest agriculture is used as a tool to improve tourism and environmental agriculture. My name is Yusuf Badr. Originally, I am a banker, but I'm business oriented, so I go to the investment projects. Olive trees are distinguished with being always green, and it gains a lot of importance because Every food table includes olive oil on it. This is why it has become one of the inherited trees and of a great importance and well known among all the nations on an international level. Olive trees, in addition to the agri forest, actually witnessed many challenges over time, specifically the climate change. And also we have other kinds of trees like the oak trees, which is distinguished with its permanent green color, and these two trees require some water in order to survive. Given the mehras tree or the ancient olive tree, we can identify the amount of challenges this tree faced over times. Even the mehras appearance was affected because of a drought, but we cannot forget that the droughtness of this tree is the main source that provides us with oil that we use on our daily tables. Also, there are other plants, wild plants over huge areas in Jordan. And the importance of these plants is because they are a source of food, like, for example, the spinach and others. In addition, these plants are considered the primary materials for pharmaceutical industry. Sometimes we use them as medications, whether by boiling or eating them directly. And of course, there are pharmaceutical usages for these plants. Today, I'm really glad to present to you our association, which is Al-Wadian, or the Valleys Assembly Association for Agriculture and Environmental Agriculture, because it really catered for this topic. And we established our association in August 2020. And I hope that we will be capable of inviting a lot of the countries all over the world to meet under the umbrella of this global heritage village, so that each and every country can provide what it has in terms of customs, traditions, civilization, food, outfits, as well as agricultural tools, so that we can all share under the umbrella or in this village. Now, so we established the association in an area in North Jordan, in an area called Saham, which is a part of Bani Kinana district. It is nearby Al Yarmouk River, and it is opposite to or matches Al Julan in terms of altitude, and this gives us an attention, more attention to the olive trees, because the area is well known for the olive trees there. And this actually called us to establish many olive mills that are of great importance to the whole Jordanians. In addition, there are other trees like Juava, which is really delicious and of good prices. And of course, this provides a kind of constant income to people there. Also, there is the Kharub, which is a permanent green tree, and it, of course, it is incorporated in many pharmaceutical industries. And perhaps last year I noticed that there has been a lot of interest from the merchants in this kind of a tree, specifically last year. The Yarmouk River stream is also rich with wild plants that can be used. However, this requires study and a lab that is available in this area, so that it can be incorporated in the pharmaceutical industries in general. Of course, our presence in the north area provides us an opportunity to exchange information, specifically the laboratorian knowledge, because we as the 9 countries, we are going to establish one, because this will give us a joint benefit so that we can disseminate it and benefit from the plants and trees available in the pharmaceutical industries. On another hand, we're going to start establishing a village that has Jordanian heritage characteristics, and we will invite the other countries to share us with what they have in terms of traditions, customs, as well as plants, in order to form the global heritage village as a whole. Also, the location is really attractive, and based on it, we would call people to enjoy the location. Also, there is a huge number of activities at the area, like the zip line for adventures, and also to access low areas. Also, we're going to have an exhibition for butterflies, an open exhibition for butterflies between the valleys. So, where we will establish a net to show these butterflies. Also, we will have other events, like, for example, a national wedding that is filled with the Jordanian traditions, and also a musical concert. And hence, there will be a kind of recreation in this regard. Now, our presence in this area, or in that location, with the size of 21 dunams rented for 99 years, this shows us that, or this tells everyone that we are here to stay permanently. So we would like to invite people there to take part with us in it, and we're going to try to create a kind of tourism attraction in addition to the agricultural center. Of course, some people prefer to be there for their own studies. So this is why we established the cottages that consist of 1, 2, or 3 rooms, so that if someone wants to stay there for more than 1 or 2 days, or perhaps more, or wants to conduct a study, can sleep over and enjoy the area. In addition, the location of the association would be the start point to visit the surrounding areas. We have Qais, which is 17 kilometers. We have also Al Shu'la and other areas nearby us. So this place will be beneficial for tourism and in the agricultural studies.
Also, we have some other passages and paths that can be used for sport and hiking as well, and in general, and it's quite enjoyable, especially in those days. And next Friday, I'm going hiking in that particular area in order to collect shomer. It's a plant that grows down there, and there is a team of hiking, and we really enjoy that area. And we are going to see the sightseeing, and we saw the almond path and the Princess Lakes. So the place is has a view of the West Bank on Palestine, so we can see the Tabriz lake, we can see Al Nasra town, we can see Sur and Saida in Lebanon, and maybe Dr. Ahmed Shraida is a specialist in this kind of views and can provide lots of illustration over it. Also, we are working very hard to provide our services in a very special way in order to provide the 24/7, and we invite people to enjoy this kind of activities. And some services in that area, the level of life down there will be quite different in a positive impact, because there will be a massive exchange between people who will be coming from different countries, because there will be a huge communication between the foreign people from time to time. Once they arrive, women and people in general in different ages, they will find different job opportunities where they live, and also their financial and economic situation will be improving drastically. Also, it will enhance the currency of Jordan throughout the exports and imports of the state. So what do we benefit out of being existing down there? So we will be able to fill the gap or part of it which is available by the availability of hotels and the touristic hot apartments for people who would like to stay more than one day. Also in the area of Saham and the surrounding area in Kilana, there will be an improvement of services. So for people, good services for roads, health centers, and water, and there will be a huge coming for the exchange offices, for example. Also, we have a perspective in cooperation with the international bodies in order to fix Saham on the international map as a destination, so that will be a touristic destination and agriculture as well as. Also, as I mentioned earlier, to provide sport paths, such as hiking. Also, we are available in the work area, and maybe sometimes there is a delay. There is a delay in approvals. Also, there are some expertise that we do not have or available in the right time in order to implement something, or the mechanisms that are required to get the job done. And sometimes we are having a finance issues. In the future, we are going to be supporting and inviting for the international community to participate with us in the traditional international village. And also we need some expertise in some fields, such as certainly we are going to demand it, especially in the agricultural field, and NARC certainly will not have any shortcome in that area. Also, we are going to go higher in our service in order to satisfy the request of everybody by applying the right services and satisfy their requests. Also, we have a special attention by the citizens of Saham and raise the services in the field of touristic and agricultural sector in order to service themselves. For extra information, my own mobile, along with the email address, you may communicate with me, and thank you for listening. Thank you, Mr. Yusuf, for sticking up to the time frame. The next lecture will be about marketing for the forest, for marketing the forestation and approving this kind of forestation, and will be done by Dr. Francisco Marini through online, and he's responsible about the approval of approving the forestation in Italy. Francisco, you may have the floor, please.
Hi everybody, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm trying to share my video.
أحاول مشاركة الفيديو الخاص بي.
Can you see my presentation?
هل بإمكانكم رؤية عرضي المرئي؟
Can you see my shared video?
Yes, we can see it. You can start.
Okay, I can start. Hello, everybody. Okay. I'm Francesco Marini. I'm working in PFC Italy, the program for endorsement of forest certification. I'm working with Antonio Brunori, and we are glad to stay here this morning, and we want thanks all the entities that invite us in this morning. My presentation is entitled Marketing Agroforestry Systems through the PFC Agroforestry Certification Scheme. What is the PFC? It's the Program for Endorsement of Forest Certification. It's a not-for-profit NGO. It was established in April 2001. It has 56 members from forest owners, agroforestry association, university and research sector, industry sector, worker unions, consumer association, and environmental groups. We are part of an international umbrella organization, and our aim is to promote national certification schemes for forests and tree outside forests. We develop projects and campaigns for sustainable management of plantation, forests, agroforestry, urban areas, and chain of custody certification of management system and tree-based products. Recently, we developed a specific standard for ecosystem services certification, and actually we are working on tree outside forest standards regarding urban green areas and agroforestry systems. This is a map of the presence of PFC International in several countries, in 56 countries. What is the forest certification? In the world, there are two global certification schemes, PFC and FSC schemes. But forest certification is a voluntary, merit-based instrument implemented through two separated but linked processes. The sustainable management certification in one hand, and in the other hand, the chain of custody certification to guarantee the traceability. PFC Italy is the only scheme in the world that are working in a specific certification scheme for agroforestry standard and its products. These are the two type of standards that are already available for PFC Italy, the forests and plantations, and we are working for development urban green areas and agroforestry standards that will available in 2024. The tree outside forest refers to all trees that are grown outside the nationally designed forest land from the FAO definitions, and includes both intensive and extensive agriculture or settlement production system. Tree outside forests are now necessary to achieve certification, since this land use is growing in importance and could represent in the future a large area of the global area of tree-based systems. In our standard, we have reported that the application field of our standard is the tree component of an agroforestry system and the elements connected to it. And we write in this document what means for a sustainable management of an agroforestry system. And we consider three systems to create the agroforestry system. The first one is the silvo-arable, the second one is the silvo-pastoral, and the third is the agro-silvo-pastoral system. This standard is identified as the first at European level and among the first at international level of certification of sustainable management of an agroforestry system. This is the structure of the agroforestry standards. It is composed of 6 criteria, 36 guidelines with 43 indicators. The first criteria is the maintenance or appropriate enhancement of agroforestry resources and their contribution to the global carbon cycle. The second one is the maintenance of agroforestry ecosystem health and vitality. Criterion 3, maintenance and encouragement of productive functions of agroforestry management, good and non-good. The criterion 4, maintenance, conservation and appropriate enhancement of biological diversity. Criterion 5, maintenance or appropriate enhancement of protective functions in agroforestry management. And the last, maintenance or appropriate enhancement of socio-economic functions and conditions. Certification, as told before, is marketing, and non-wood forestry and agroforestry products can be very important, mainly in Mediterranean area, for example. In this slide, I reported some example of non-food agroforestry products. For example, the pork, certified pork, used in wine sector. The certified porcini mushrooms that are strongly related with the forestry or agroforestry management. The certified essential oils, the herbs and aromatic species, or certified chestnut, wheat from chestnut, or, for example, certified forest honey. And last but not least, it can be possible to certify also the wildlife meat if the animal lives in forestry or agroforestry system certified with the PFC management system. In 2022, we have realized 2 pilot tests in Tuscany region in areas involved in the Newton project, the network for agroforestry in Tuscany. This is you can see the logo of this project. The field test verified the feasibility of this certification standard, which will be presented at the International PFC for its final recognition and endorsement.
Dr. Marini, please, you still have just 1 more minute.
I have only 2 slides.
أود تسليط الضوء على
Okay. Just to show that
فقط لأظهر بعض الممارسات المتبعة في الغابات الحركية والمحاصيل الزراعية. فهناك بعض النفقات والمصروفات في هذا القطاع، ولا أعلم ما إذا كان أمر ما. فهناك بعض الممارسات والتي قد تنتج والتي قد تكون ممكنة قد تكون ممكنة في من قبل قد يكون ممكن تطبيقها من قبل بعض الشركات، وأيضا هذا يخلق سوق جيد وخصب لهذه المنتجات. فهناك بعض الدول أبلغت عن بأنها قامت باستخدام أو تطبيق بعض الممارسات والمعايير في لإنتاج أفضل المحاصيل وأفضل الزراعات، ومن بعض مالكين وبعض الزارعين والمزارعين لهذه المحاصيل والأراضي الزراعية. فهناك معايير عالمية والتي يتم بناء على ضوئها صناعة هذه أو تقديم هذه الشهادات. أما فيما يتعلق خارج المناطق الحرجية فهناك إدارة أو طريقة معينة للتعامل ومنهجية معينة للتعامل مع هذه الأمور.
Including olive orchard, for example, that in Italy, for example, they represent more than 1 billion of hectares. Thank you for your attention. This is our contact.
Thank you, Dr. Marini. المحاضرة الأخيرة لهذه الجلسة.
The last lecture for this session will be around the smart agricultural system in the olive trees, and will be presented by Dr. Vasilis Pergiotis. You may have the floor, please.
Thank you.
So, my name is Vasilis. I come from Crete, which is the biggest island, Mediterranean island of Greece, an island full of olive trees, hundreds of that were planted hundreds of years before. All of these trees were planted by our parents, by our grandparents, and some of these are irrigated, some of others are not. All of these people cultivated their trees traditionally as their ancestors, passing on the knowledge and the experience from one generation to another. What I have learned through my professional life by working for and with farmers and cooperatives is that changing people's mind is not at all easy. I can tell you that from first hand, as for myself as an olive producer, but at the same time working on the digital agricultural solutions domain, I cannot easily even convince my parents to adopt new technologies, as there is always the fear of unknown and the mistrust of the technology. This was actually my motive to be here today, because I've been here in 2018 representing Greek olive producers when a meeting of the advisory committee of the International Olive Oil Council was held here, during which I had the opportunity to meet wonderful and kind people. And I would not like to stand here presenting you something that I would not personally believe in. Dr. Salam, dear organizers, dear friends, thank you for this kind invitation and for giving me the opportunity to present the innovative YesSense smart farming system developed by Neuropublic and adopted in many projects so far, private or EU funded. So, before getting into details of the project, I would like to tell you just a few things about Neuropublic. Neuropublic is an innovative informatics and technology company. It is specialized in the development of web and cloud-based integrated information systems and application, and is the first and only large-scale Internet of Things infrastructure in Greece, servicing the agricultural sector. Neuropublic now owns 2 ultra-modern buildings covering an area of more than 5,000 square meters with more than 20 250 employees based all in Greece. In our hub, we also have a modern Congress Center, a state-of-the-art and fully automatic electronic component production line, but also a data center providing cloud services. What is really special about New Republic is that most scientific models, software and IoT are developed in-house. So at this point, allow me to go a step backwards and explain to you how we understand the term smart farming, since today I will talk to you about ESN's smart farming system. Smart farming is an integrated approach to manage agricultural activity with the use of modern technologies. It is the combination of scientific knowledge and research, data and practical experience in order to support producers in making appropriate decisions relating to the management of their production. Smart farming is essentially a production system that uses different achievements and means of technology, such as data acquisition technology, agrometeorological stations and sensors, satellite images, and others. It uses specific procedures for decision-making and standardized methods of data collection. All this in order to make wiser choices concerning field application. It combines different data and aims at the improvement of the annual productivity, safeguarding the agricultural income and the farmers' annual production. In that sense, an integrated smart farming system aims at lower input cost and enhanced yields of each crop. This practically means less fertilization, less sprays, more rational use of water, and consequently improvement of the final product as better organoleptic characteristics could be achieved. All of this, of course, goes through an investment of knowledge. Knowledge that will allow every single producer to better understand the needs of his field, to recognize the enemies and diseases that could appear in his crop, and to know when the weather is good or when the weather is going to get worse so as to take precautionary measures. Having mentioned all the above, we come to the innovative smart farming system that New Republic has developed. ESNS is a smart farming innovation that combines information technologies with agronomic science in a holistic way. It is a complete production management system receiving and processing data from 4 different dimensions. It collects and processes data coming directly from the field with the use of agrometeorological stations and sensors. These data are combined with satellite images, but also with data that have to do with all agricultural activities that take place during a cultivation year, such as irrigation, sprays, and whatever other happens in the fields. Lastly, data that have to do with monitoring, sampling, and analysis that are also are being undergone in the fields. All these data are taken into account. As you may imagine, we are talking about a great amount of data. All these data that have to be combined and further processed. And they are analyzed and processed with the valuable help of ESN's scientists and agronomists. These people, these are our people, this is how we tend to call them, are able to better understand the special needs and conditions of fields plot, and therefore they are able to provide farmers with smart farming advices. And when we talk about smart farming advices, we talk about smart farming irrigation advices. This is to identify the appropriate time and the optimal amount of water for irrigation, taking into account that our system takes into consideration all possible irrigation systems that are being applied in the fields, even if we talk about dripping sprinklers, micro sprinklers, underground irrigation, everything is taken into account and adjusted in our system. We also provide crop protection smart farming advices in order to timely inform the producers when, for example, the conditions are such for a possible infestation so as to react and save his cultivation. Lastly, we talk about fertilization advices adjusted to the actual needs for the cultivation and the status of the soil regarding nutrients. What I would like now all ask you to see with us is a short video. It is a short video, it's just 3 minutes, to talk to you about a project that we realized. It is called Live Sense. It is one of the examples where Sense was adopted for 9 different cultivation, among which also olives. Please.
Land and people, a link of life. A link that almost broke with the intensive farming methods of the past decades. Education, science, and respect of our natural resources came to change that, and sustainability became top priority. Changing mentalities gave rise to smart farming, eco-friendly, and future-oriented farming. A large-scale, smart farming infrastructure, 18 pilot sites in 3 EU countries, Greece, Portugal, and Spain, with various microclimatic conditions and different crops: olive, peach, cotton, pistachio, potato, tomato, walnut, kiwi, and grapes, are benefiting from Life Gaia Sense. Gaia Sense gives new meaning to smart farming. Based on the concept of circular economy, Life Gaia Sense works towards reducing the use of inputs in farming and measures the benefits to the environment, the economy, and society. It senses the soil, the weather conditions, the needs of the crops. It connects data, natural resources, and inputs. It calculates conditions and quantities, and acts in order to achieve the perfect combination of higher production with the minimum use of resources.
Οτιδήποτε μας δίνει η τεχνολογία είναι πρόσδεκτο. Να το δοκιμάσουμε λοιπόν και εμείς στις καλλιέργειές μας. Ευελπιστούμε ότι θα έχουμε καλύτερα αποτελέσματα στο θέμα της καλλιέργειας της ελιάς, διότι μπορούμε με τους αισθητήρες, τους οποίους έχει ο συγκεκριμένος σταθμός και έχουμε επενδύσει σε αυτόν, βλέπουμε την υγρασία του εδάφους, άρα λοιπόν ποτίζουμε όταν πρέπει, γιατί το νερό είναι το πολυτιμότερο αγαθό πάνω στον πλανήτη.
That's okay. Oh, that's okay.
Land and people, a link of life. A link that almost broke with the intensive farming methods of the past decades. Education, science, and respect of our natural resources came to change that, and sustainability became top priority. Changing mentalities gave rise to smart farming, eco-friendly, and future-oriented farming. A large-scale, smart farming infrastructure, 18 pilot sites in 3 EU countries, Greece, Portugal, and Spain, with various microclimatic conditions and different crops: olive, peach, cotton, pistachio, potato, tomato, walnut, kiwi, and grapes, are benefiting from Life Gaia Sense. Gaia Sense gives new meaning to smart farming. Based on the concept of circular economy, Life Gaia Sense works towards reducing the use of inputs in farming and measures the benefits to the environment, the economy, and society. It senses the soil, the weather conditions, the needs of the crops. It connects data, natural resources, and inputs. It calculates conditions and quantities, and acts in order to achieve the perfect combination of higher production with the minimum use of resources.
Οτιδήποτε μας δίνει η τεχνολογία είναι πρόσδεκτο. Να το δοκιμάσουμε λοιπόν και εμείς στις καλλιέργειές μας. Ευελπιστούμε ότι θα έχουμε καλύτερα αποτελέσματα στο θέμα της καλλιέργειας της ελιάς, διότι μπορούμε με τους αισθητήρες, τους οποίους έχει ο συγκεκριμένος σταθμός και έχουμε επενδύσει σε αυτόν, βλέπουμε την υγρασία του εδάφους, άρα λοιπόν ποτίζουμε όταν πρέπει, γιατί το νερό είναι το πολυτιμότερο αγαθό πάνω στον πλανήτη.
The producer delivers the soil sample to the agronomist, who then registers it in the special digital application of Gaia Sense and fills in the necessary forms to send the sample to the lab. Based on the results of the soil analysis and other related information, smart fertilization advice is issued and sent to the producer, while personalized advice on crop protection and irrigation is also issued based on a combination of various data and information. Our natural resources are priceless, just as are our families and our lives. We become more competitive. We reduce our footprint. We provide for the future.
Thank you very much. This was a short video of live Sense. And in this slide, the following slide, we can see the main characteristics of life. I do not want to waste any more time, but in the following slide, you can see the map with all the geographical infrastructure of Sense, which is spread all over Greece, Italy, and Spain in different terrain and microclimatic conditions. All these stations and sensors installed provided useful data for the development and the adjustment of the scientific models. Models that were used to provide smart farming advices that led to important decreases in the necessary inputs. More precisely, in the framework of the project, we noticed a 20.23% reduction on irrigation cost, 21.89% in fertilization cost, 33.72% in crop management cost, and 33.72% in energy consumption cost. Since we do not have much time, as I can understand, I would kindly ask you to visit our websites and follow us on our social media, and where you can find more information about the transnational agricultural network that we have already developed. But also information about the existing figures of our expertise in the olive oil sector. Also, you could see all different projects that we realized the recent years. Allow me just to say one more word for two more interesting projects. The first one is called Quantifarm, in which 32 partners from 20 countries participating wish to support the further development and the further deployment of digital agricultural technologies. But also another project called Plutos, in which 33 partners from 10 countries help to rebalance the agri-food value chains. Further information, as I already mentioned, are available in our website. Thank you very much for your time and your patience. It's always a challenge to be the last speaker. Thank you.
اسمع بكمل خلاص
Thank you, Dr. Prigiot. المحاضرة.
Thank you, Dr. Prigiotis, for the lecture. And we thank all lecturers, certainly because we're done by all with all lectures for today. If you would like to summarize. So the innovation is quite variable, there is a massive variation, and it's quite branchy, and it's all within the framework and the importance of the development of the olive trees and the olive oil and the trees, and it has different aspects, technical. Most of it was technical, but there are some other social factors that we need to speak, like the professor spoke about involving women and their effective role in that subject. And just like the minister spoke about the tourism role and the tourism sector and etc. So what's common between us? The innovation and the olive oil and the plantation of olive in particular. So preliminary we done all lectures, we done by all lectures, but now we have some kind of participatory workshop as producers, farmers, attendees, and in a sharing dialogue and build partnerships between the producer and the farmers and the exporter and the trader and the researcher and the lecturer. So the next lecture will be all about a few questions and the dialogue between the lecturers and the innovators and the people who presented their papers and the attendees in order to reach possible partnerships. And there are some papers on the tables. So for people who do care about meeting any lecturer and to meet him and to have a bilateral meeting, for anybody who cares, you just have to write down the name of the lecturer and we will arrange a meeting with him. So in case you have any questions that you would like, and you can inquire about the possibility and feasibility in order to establish a partnership with him. We thank your attendance, and we have a break for 1 hour in order to have lunch and to get to know each other much more. And then we can come back to have a dialogue. Hence, we can have a bilateral meetings or like a couple gatherings.
Boost me up on you once again. So we're gonna continue our meetings for today, as we will have these two sessions this afternoon. The first one is about questions and answers interactively and between the lecturers and the audience. For those who have had their own presentations before the afternoon, specifically in the innovations aspect, there will be questions and answers from the audience with us today. And then there will be bilateral meetings for those who want to have participations with the lecturers. And I'd like to remind you that there are papers on the tables for those who haven't written the names of the lecturers that he wants or she wants to meet them. So please rewrite again on the papers. Write the name of the person and the company he represents you want to meet with, and there will be side meetings where all the producers and the farmers would start their one-on-one meetings with these companies or these personas in order to have commercial and technical relationships with them. Now we're going to start with something specified before all of that, which is starting a kind of having a reconnaissance for your opinion. So there is a barcode on each and every table. Please scan this barcode, and through it we're going to have a kind of statistics that will show on the screen. As you can see, this is the barcode on the screen. So everyone, please scan the barcode in order to have a survey, where this survey is going to consist of 4 questions. So whenever you answer these questions, there will be a statistics that will be shown on the screen, and then we will move on to the next question. Thank you.
أوكي. على الجميع الذين لم يتمكنوا من القيام بال
All of those who couldn't scan the code, you can please go to the website www.menti.com. Thank you.
هلا السؤال الأول
Now the first question that needs to be pulled on, are you enjoying this seminar or this workshop, yes or no? This is like the elections in the Arab countries, you know? Apparently everyone says, okay, no one has any kind of modification to whatever happened during today. So the result is 100% yes for all the lectures that took place today. And everyone is enjoying all the activities and the scientific materials and the discussions that took place during the day. Now, perhaps we can move on to the next question. What is the sector you belong to or the one you work in? We have here 4 sectors. Voting or polling hasn't finished yet. We have in the public sector we have 33%, private sector 33 or 36, universities 17. That numbers are changing actually. This is a pageant voting apparently. So can we say the numbers? Are you having definite numbers now? Numbers are still changing.
I cannot see it. 26. طيب. كان لدينا 26 مشارك.
So we have 26 participants.
بناء على المشاركين.
So based on the participants, so we have 44% from the public sector, 26 private, 16 university professors or from universities, and 16% from the associations or the NGOs. Apparently, the public sector is the dominant one. I can see that this is a very good indicator because we were actually hoping for more participation from the private sector. The importance of the public sector, of course, it is a very important, it's of great importance because it's the steering and the mentor and the assistant, but the work is the private sector, public serves the public sector, and actually we were hoping more participation from the private sector in this workshop. I'd like to thank all the participants from universities, NGOs as well, because their contribution is really important and effective. The third question. What is the job or the function of each and every participant? Numbers seem to be final for more than 12%, which is an acceptable number. 32% of researchers, 12% from the institution, 16% consultants, in addition to 12% from the public sector, and 16% corporates. Apparently, the positions here or the functions seem similar. The researchers are the dominant segment, however, the other functions are similar, and these are fair numbers in my opinion. The last question. What is the best innovation that you find appropriate and needed in Jordan for the time being?
1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Luciana.
But also the third one. Okay.
I'm trying to find the Arabic.
I think we can stop because we have 27 answers. So more or less we have first for innovation and then the other ones.
Luciana and the fourth. Luciana is number 1. Then
Luciana and Adolfo Rosati are top.
Adolfo, which one? Adolfo.
Rosati is about coupling olive, fortune, and asparagus. From Crea, I think.
Yeah.
They are in the same order. They are in the same order. Starting from here. So if you go one after the other.
Yeah, but I must say the most important one, which is number 4, Luciana Baldoni and Adolfo Rosati, yes.
And the winner is? The Oscar was yesterday.
يبدو أن هناك تعادل. أهم ابتكارين أو محاضرتين حول الابتكار كانت للتميز.
So actually there were 2 lectures about innovation in order to distinguish between the table oil and the excellent virgin olive oil, and that was explained in Daniel Maldoni lecture, which took 18% of the votes, and it also took 14% for the lecture regarding the combination of the olive trees with the poultry, which was presented by Dr. Adolfo Rodalti. As for the rest of the lectures, they were also similar with different percentages. The first lecture, which was adapting the olive farms through sustainable management, it received 15%. And the next lecture was about using the innovated mixtures or legumes-based mixtures with Dr. Claudio Borquido. It received 11%. And the rest of the lectures or the innovations were like all of them 7% in a row. So for Jordan, apparently there are 3 important innovations that are really key And according to the interest of the audience, they are a priority for the time being. Like we mentioned, the first innovation was adapting the olive farms for the climate change, and the second one is integrating olive and helion and the poultry, and the third one is to distinguish between the table oil and the excellent virgin or EVOO. Thank you for sharing this statistics with us. Now I'd like to invite all the lecturers who talked about innovations to come forward and sit here, please, to start a dialogue between them and the producers, farmers, to open the discussion on how to benefit from these innovations and how to use them in Jordan and how to start partnerships between the innovators, the creators, and the Jordanian producers and farmers. So let's open the discussions and would like to request the audience to start asking questions. If you have any questions, and direct these questions to the innovator or the innovation idea holder, and kindly keep the questions related to the lectures that were already given. If you have any specific questions, please go ahead. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Living Agro for this project. I'd like to thank Living Agro project for this project and for this idea. And it, it will expire in 4 or 5 months. However, what is important to us is the results. Now we're talking about the climate change in the region and in general in the whole world, but in the Mediterranean region, perhaps it is more affected than other regions. The olive farms in the last 5 or 10 years, there have been major harms because of the climate change, whether it is a drought or rain scarcity or a change in the climate and having like interim periods where actually coldness was totally unreasonable. I mean, there was a freezing point, for example, in November, or you will receive like rain waves and very low temperature at the end of March that would affect the blooming and the production. Now, of course, with the rain scarcity, the production decreased in Jordan. The production of olive decreased like 20% in the last 3 or 40 years. So we were 40 tons of olive oil. Now it is 23 or 24 tons. Now, my question is, how can we compensate this deficit because of the climate change? How can we improve our farms so that we go back to the prime point where we were in? The second part of the question, now based on my understanding for today, is that now we are looking forward to what is called the agrotourism. Now, the agrotourism, of course, has its own pillars and foundations. Now, has there been a feasibility study to see if our lands can really capacitate this kind of tourism to receive tourists or whether it can serve tourists or not. So, I mean, have there been any studies about this agro-tourism? Thank you. Good afternoon. Perhaps our project is the basis for the idea you're talking about, sir. Now, the area where we are in, which is Saham, actually is rich with the different tourism sites and also rich with many flora and things that can be correlated with farming in addition to tourism, say olive, peach, carob, as well as other wild plants. Now we are still at the beginnings, and I hope that there will be an expansion, specifically when the project will be inaugurated. The study will be broader and more comprehensive. Thank you so much for your first part of the question. I believe that the live labs might play a vital role in producing a new types of olive that can bear the climate change effects like a drought and the high salinity in soil. And hence looking for new types or cultivars that we can use in order to be able to compensate the shortage of oil production. This is actually what we are going to work on in Mehras, and we have an experience that we will start. I mean, we have samples in the labs, and we are going to get started with them within 1 month in order to see if the cultivars can be useful or not. If I may, I'd like to touch upon your second part of the question. Now, regarding the tourism, now, if I want to talk only about the initiative of the tree of the ancestors, of course, they are available in rural areas and natural areas. However, what I was talking about actually is that it is one of the great future job opportunities. Like Mr. Youssef said, we are still at the beginning, but at least when we put a sign that says that this is my grandmother olive called Serene, and underneath it there's a description on what this tree is, then at least there is information about this regard. But of course, this will not be the end of it, because there will be services and facilitations so that anyone can visit the area and get introduced to the heritage we have. Of course, yes, we are an association, but we are trying to network in order to have future investments. Thank you so much for your question.
One more last point. We have already described, we have developed the essence of smart farming system in Greece. Greece is a traditional country that cultivates traditionally like here in Jordan. What one of the participants today said is that we are not so prone in high density cultivation, we are not so prone in adapting different cultivars, because we ourselves want to protect our heritage and we want to protect our local varieties. This is why I'm thinking that adopting smart farming technologies is one way to surpass or one way to survive under the climate conditions that keep on changing. Why I say that? Because we also in Greece face difficulties as far as drought is concerned, and the water is not that available. Also, the prices of fertilizers and the prices of the fuels keep on rising, especially after the Ukrainian war. So what is really important for every farmer is to really understand what are the actual needs of its farm. And when a farm, when the soil needs to be watered, when the soil needs to be fed with specific nutrients, do specific and less action in the fields. I understand that sometimes we and you will not have the opportunity to to perform an irrigation. But at least you will know that this is the optimum time to perform an irrigation, so as not to waste water and inputs during cultivation period. Thank you.
Well, there is not only a problem of drought, there is also an increased number of extreme events due to climate change. So, in the case of cover crop, you can mitigate and you can prevent, for example, soil erosion, while if you have tilled the soil, they are prone to erosion. And also you can go in with the trucks in any moment of the season. So this is very important to be effective with spray, for example, to prevent disease in the crops.
Just last answer. I will have to answer to the first part of your question.
Keep the mic closer to your mouth, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Referring to the extreme events due to climate change, one answer should be referred to the local varieties. We have observed in our region in Italy that the main cultivars present in the area are about 10, but then going into the traditional olive groves, we have found more than 250 different varieties, okay, represented by few or by single trees. And we have collected them, propagated, and put in a comparison field. And in the last 2 years, 21 and 22, we have experienced two extreme events. In the first case, frost damage in late spring, and the last year, hot shock during flowering. So we lose, the entire region lose most of the production, but in the collection we have found among the local varieties some that were able to escape or to resist to both events. Okay? Just this.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. أنا معكم ميس بداح.
Good afternoon. This is Mace Baddah from the Ministry of Agriculture. Actually, Dr. Lucinia, when she said the invention of DNA and how you differentiate between the table oil and the EVOO. I mean, my question is, can we take samples from other countries and plant them here? And would that be possible to increase the amount of oil we have in case we do this? Thank you.
I know the experience in our country, and I know that in Spain now they are starting to use DNA analysis for olive products. I think in your country you are ready to start. You have all the competencies, the tools, and so on. So. I don't know if I answered to your question.
Okay. على فكرة دكتور مارينا معنا online.
By the way, Dr. Marina is with us. Dr. Marina is with us online. You can ask questions to him if you want. Good afternoon. I have a few questions regarding the ancient olive trees. Actually, in Jordan, we have terms like the Romanian olive and other names. For me, since my background is an archaeologist, I would say this is the ancient olive, not the Romanian olive. And every while, and then the media says that, well, we have discovered the most ancient olive tree in Tunisia or in Greece and so on. Now, you are the experts of olive. Okay, tell us what is the oldest or the most ancient tree. In addition to that, For example, in the archaeology, the the prehistorical, even the sapiens and the carbon C14, we can identify the half age of any material. Okay, now we have, now according to the archaeology, according to C14, we can identify with the ages. Now I would like to address a very important thing which is related to the presence of the Romanian olive within the municipality borders and the rural areas. Actually, I share Engineer Nihaya Al Muhaysen, head of the JOOWN, for example, at a village like Tubna that has like more than 100 ancient olive tree. Actually, the municipality paves roads that would affect these trees. Actually, these trees need to be protected because these are national wealth or national assets, let me say. Thank you for your question. I believe that some narco researchers made an experience using isotopes, and they published the scientific paper that proved that the ashes that was used by the inhabitants of this cave was from olive tree leaves, and this is a published scientific paper. North or south? Anyways, and this is very highly likely because, our area is known with olive trees. So if you say like there are ancient trees in Palestine or Jordan or Lebanon, yes, that would be most probably true because, this is a very old tree. And actually, we have proved that the ashes that were there 6,000 years ago was from olive trees.
I also would like to add some aspects. We have collected from Italy and from Greece mainly, in Crete in particular, many samples from wood of ancient trees and made carbon dating. But the problem is that the most ancient wood disappear, has decayed, so it's impossible to pick up the original wood. So what we can do is to date the most ancient wood still alive, still present in the trunk, then measure all the size and the shape of the trunk, and take under consideration the vigor of the variety and if they are grafted or not on wild olives or other kind of rootstocks. And taking under consideration all these aspects, we can just estimate the age of the trees. It's just an estimation. And from our data, we couldn't find any tree older than 2,000 years. But we don't know. That's it.
Mike, please.
My question is for
هلا في حدا.
My question is for Vasilis about the smart farming. And actually, I listened to your presentation. Actually, I'm very interested in the 4 dimensions. You mentioned the eye and the farm, remote, and the crops that you grow and the efficiency that you achieved and the telemetrics that you used, and if that is gonna collect the statistics as well about pesticides and other, chemicals that go into crops, and make this, transparent and maybe documented through some blockchain system or something like that, where the workflow of the farmer actually becomes much easier probably if he gets all this information, or a dashboard maybe. So I'm very interested in your ideas, and I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The uniqueness of the ESN smart farming system is exactly the 4 dimensions, because most smart farming systems select to take into account mainly data deriving from satellites or data deriving from agrometeorological stations. What they tend to forget is the important role of the agronomist and the important role of farmers who know better the fields even from satellites. What I mean by that is that, okay, when we decide to install an agrometeorological station, we have first made a study regarding the meteorological and the soil data and everything that has to do with this specific area. But one important stakeholder in this system is the farmer, who knows what he has done the previous year in his fields. These data are taken into account so as to be able to adapt the scientific models that we develop. What we have achieved also is to create the agrometeorological station from the very beginning, from the smallest part to the final product. So these agrometeorological stations are prototypes. They are used. We have deployed more than 400 agrometeorological stations all over 5 different countries. And what we try to do is to develop this kind of database as far as what really happens all over these areas that we study. What it is really important is to have in mind is that the data belongs to the farmer. We do not own the data. We can only have the freedom to use them for the purposes only for the specific farmer. So as soon as we deploy the agrometeorological stations, we get their consent, and by that consent we are able to create this kind of platform that has in it all data concerning what has been done in its in the field, what agrometeorological data is going on, what's the salinity, what's the temperature, what's the leaf wetness. There are around 25, something like that, factors that we process and we monitor. And all this data can be very precious for every single agronomist or every single farmer that decides to follow and adapt this smart farming system. It's not an easy task because, okay, most of farmers have the tendency not to share their data. They are willing to have an agrometeorological station installed in their field. They are eager to see the dashboard, but they do not easily share their data as far as practices are concerned. And if they do so, the majority of the times is a bit delayed. But since we all know that for a smart farming advice to be issued, it is important to have the data as fast as possible so as to activate, let's say, the scientific model. It is up to us to convince the farmers to be actively in this system. They are one of the 4 dimensions, and we do our best. We keep on trying and educating them, creating seminars online and in the fields so as to change their mentality. It's a long process. Thank you.
تفضل. في عندي كان مداخلة وسؤال بس
I had an intervention with Dr. Ahmed has proposed the aging olive in Jordan and how can we take care of it. I think we need to preserve this aging old trees, and it's not important that we know it's the oldest or in Italy or another country. What's most important that we have to take care of it. So here in the research center and through the things which was implemented, we called it the Mihras olive. We call this name on those trees in order to preserve it, conserve it, and spread it locally and internationally. We try to market it and try to market the olive oil from the aging trees. Even the farmers who are owning this kind of trees, they can benefit with higher prices for their products and for their harvest and yield. So, and even in the street to remove and eliminate this kind of trees, and we communicated with the municipalities regarding this subject in order to avoid, while opening the streets, in case there are some road works, we need to avoid eliminating and removing this kind of olive trees. And exactly the archaeologists who are determining the age of these trees, especially they are specialists in carbon-14. No one knows the real age without the carbon-14. And the sample shall go outside Jordan in order some limited and particular laboratories can handle this kind of work. So our direction is to preserve it and not cut it, develop it from the touristic point and from a productivity point of view, and link it with the environmental tourism and with the DNA and with the genetics maps, and to be known worldwide, to be promoted all worldwide, and by that we're preserving it. And also the technical agricultural that are used in order to face the hard conditions of the weather, which we spoke about in most lectures, that it's falling all under the organic agriculture, which is offering water and preserve the soils and increase the productivity. And I just have one more question for Dr. Vasilis. The smart application أو التطبيق الذكي, it's something very great, and I'm talking about the application of the cost. If you would like to enter this kind of system to your, if you would like to enter this system to your farm, is the cost is high or not? And what's the approach to get this technique, and how is it expensive or not? And thank you. دعوني أعقب على هذه النقطة. منذ 4 سنوات عندما قدمنا إلى الأردن، أحد زملائي من وكالة الأبحاث حتى أنه جعلني أعاين بعض أشجار الزيتون هنا في الأردن، بعض أشجار الأردن، وقمت بأخذ بعض القياسات، وهو الأمر ذاته عند القيام عندما يكون لدينا زوار من الصين أو الدول الأخرى. ونقول أيضا فلدينا أقدم الأشجار في العالم، ونشارككم نفس القدرة والرغبة في حماية هذه الأشجار. ومن هو أب هذه الأشجار ومحصول الأشجار؟ حتى الآن في اليونان ما قمنا به نحن كشركة نقوم بتوفير
the agrometeorological stations, the sensors, everything is up to us. The farmer and the cooperative does not pay a penny. They only pay for the provision of the service. So they do not have to pay a lot of money as far as infrastructure is concerned. They only pay the service. The cost of the service depends on the the size of the plots, the cultivation, and also if it is an area that also for us as a company, it is very important for us. Because, for example, if we know that by expanding to a new area, there will be new customers, there will be a different approach as far as marketing and cost of the service is concerned. So this has also happened in the case of Cyprus. When we went there, at the very beginning, it was only up to us to pay the infrastructure. Now there are separate deals, and if anyone is interested, I will be more than happy to share with my to discuss this over this B2B meeting. Thank you very much.
يسعد مساكم جميعا. شكرا لتنظيم المؤتمر.
Good evening, everybody. I'm the lawyer, and thank you for. I'm from the tourism agency, and I'm a lawyer. We all have benefited from this conference. Regarding letting the chicken, ducks between the olive trees, it's good for fertilizing, and this kind of birds, they dig, and they do not affect the trees. And they do not affect the trees, and it's good for the ventilation of the soil. And thank you so much. Any other questions? Thank you so much. My name is Nihaya Mhaysan, and we call it. I would like to thank you all for this kind of information and the precious information, and thank you for Dr. Salam Ayub for the massive efforts. But my question would be for our dear doctor regarding the aging trees, and it's our major target to preserve it because it's considered to be one of the treasures for our country, because Syria, the great Syria, is considered to be the one of the oldest areas that had a plantation of trees, whether 3,000 or 5,400 years, and that's what we say. And this is throughout our tradition and our lifestyle and our traditional food. It shows that olive oil is coming from our old generation. But regarding the Mihras, massive efforts for the National Center of Agricultural Researches and the universities, and much appreciated. And the other question, you compared it with the Frontoio and some other foreign types. Can we replace, like the professor stated, that can we replace the Rumi or this kind of acronyms, which is not scientific and not accurate? Can we say that olive, until the extent of the western tip, which is for the mountain and it's being planted in the mountains, and now in the extension of from Erbil, the north, until Ma'an in the south and Aqaba, is it the same types or close to it for Mihras? Or can we call it At-Tafila olive? Is it the same Mihras family or it's different type? So we know it's a type. So we all who work in the field of olive, instead of saying the Rumi tree, we can just call it Mihras. So this is what's available in the Hashmiya and Ajlon. So can we call it, of all aging trees, Mihras? Thank you, Ms. Nihaya, for this question. So this effort is around 2 years, and Mihras word came from the diameter of the surrounding of the trunk. and two gentlemen cannot handle the of it. So what we found right now, depending on the genetics report, and has an identity. In order to launch it and generalize it and announce it all over the place, So Dr. Louisiana, she said even the same type has different variation, and I cannot. But honestly, we had an idea that people were trying to find a fingerprint of it by using the DNA markers. So if this fingerprint available inside this tree, that means it's a mehras. So it could be the next step. So what we worked on right now, and the amount is around 530 million characters. So what we analyze is the chloroplast is around 500 and the is around. So we're talking about 1 million. So the next step would be we are heading towards analyzing. So we could say that this is mehras or not. I have a certain target, as Dr. Ayub stated, that there is a kind of a blending of mehras in order to have an added value for the marketing purpose. So announcing it and generalizing it is not for its interest. And the fingerprint, it's the difference between them. That's what shows the product, and it has an added value. And it has a certain way between it and other products and other species. Do you have any other questions? If you don't have any other questions, maybe there is another subject that I can add it. What's the value of the aging tree? The value of the aging tree that we didn't speak about from the psychological point of view and financial point of view and materialistic. The aging trees, the aging olive tree is in landscaping. We noticed a lot of the importance of the olive tree from the beauty, and it has a very high value in the beautification perspective in cities and in areas. So if you see all the compounds and the public gardens, they plant olive oil, an aging plant with and the price of the aging olive tree is very, very expensive because we use it in a beautification in landscaping. Please. The Jordanian government is thanked. They issued a decision by the Prime Ministry not cutting or even transferring the trees, and you cannot build things in it. But there is something called a law and applying it. There is a difference between. There are some people who break the law. And I see all hotels that they have a landscape of an aging olive tree. And that's such a beautiful thing. So maybe we can activate the law and make it effective. And this tree that we inherited from our fathers and grandfathers, for example, as an archaeologist, I think it's like a book. If you remove this book, it won't be, especially that our age is between 60 and 70, and the age of this tree is thousands of years. We cannot just buy a bad law by letting people of cutting it or removing it or transferring it, and thank you.
And a question. The first comment refers to the ecotourism concern, the feasibility study, and what are the outcomes of investing in ecotourism. I can present the experience of Forestas. We're a government agency. We manage land, and in our forest, we do silviculture interventions. But in the last 10 years, we have been investing a lot in hiking trails. At the beginning, it seemed like a weird project, but we learned through European experiences how important this is to engage people into forestry, into knowing the places and the landscapes. We started with a 2 million project. We developed 72 kilometers of hiking trails going through the forests. And now the thing has been so big that each year the region of Sardinia funds for more hiking trails because it's a way of bringing people into the forest and valorizing the landscape. The return in terms of economics, it's very difficult to evaluate, but it has an indirect effect because people go and visit, then they stop for lunch, then they stay in hotels. So it increases tourism and in a bit of a long process. And I think one best practice that we had is that we linked our trekking trails with the Italian and European standard of trekking trails. It was a big effort to take away all the old signposts that had different colors, different meanings. They were not legible. We used the standard that the Alpine Club all over Europe uses. And so everywhere in Europe, they understand every people coming more or less from good hikers, they know where they go. And this increases enormously the reach that we have through our platform, because we have an internet platform, through these hiking trails. I think ecotourism linked with production, it could be olives, could be forest, could be cork, has a great potential. Difficult to quantify, but very important. So this was a comment with our experience. The second issue is about the importance of protecting local varieties and discriminating among varieties or within ecotypes in varieties. It's very nice to see that the concern that you have here in Jordan, expressed by Nihaya, the importance of understanding where the oil comes from, which is which, if the names are the same things, was felt in Sardinia in one of our first field trips. And that's why we got into also working with Luciana to develop these markers to discriminate within the cultivars, because attaching a value to a name, a traditional cultivar, a special territorial value is very important. So this was the second comment. And finally, the question. We've been, thanks to the Living Agro project, we've been traveling and cross-border cooperation, which was very interesting. We saw that we met in Jordan, in Lebanon, Women Association for Olive Oil Management. At the table, lunch table today, we were talking with Luciana about Women Association managing olive groves and caring about extra virgin olive oil in Italy. So the question to Sana would be, would you be willing to link with other women association in Lebanon, in Jordan, in the Mediterranean partner countries? And the question is, would the ICT platform developed within Living Agro support you through providing a tool or a forum place or a Zoom platform, providing training materials? Do you think these associations would benefit from this type of tool, and would you be willing to use it?
Thank you, Sarah, for your question. First of all, may I just have a comment for your comment before I ask the questions? You said about which is the value for the heritage and something about which is the ancient trees. As I am economist, I can value the intangible factors. I can. It's not me, Sana. There are practices for these things because I have experience. When I was at the Ministry of Planning and International Cooperation, we have something about which is valuing the ethics for those employees in order just to be honest and to be transparency and something like that. And the practices is not from my side. It was from Kansas City in US. And I just compromised this for the King Abdullah II, which is the awards for transparency and excellence, as you know. So we can. It is difficult maybe, but we can value these intangible values. But it needs work, yeah? We can do it. We can have factors. As a researcher as well, I am a researcher in this place. For your questions, yes, we are available to have these linkages between us and other associations and members, individually or institutionally. That will be beautiful. Thank you for your asking. And please just let us know how can we provide, I don't know, maybe mechanism or methodology or approach or whatever in order just to have that connection and to be efficient. Just please let us know how can we do these things. What you are saying about ICT, by the way, when you present Living Agro about the ICT, once that I have my question in my mind, to what extent the farmer in the field that he knows about the ICT and how can he has that, yes, thank you, that he can use these things. Yes, he has the iPhone, but it is not a priority to him. So we have something in our economics or in economic say you have to create demand. You have to create demand to that farmer. How is that? You have to make him interest of this thing. This is the idea. So yes, training, Zoom meeting, Zoom training, anything that. But in my opinion, if you want just make him interest and use this to be for utilization or focused utilization purpose, we have to know what is the priority for him and what is the thing that will have benefit for him. So why? Does he need the knowledge, whatever? And sorry for this comment or this sentence, but I have to say it. We have to respect his practices. He is not a PhD holder. He is not academic, but he has a huge knowledge and a huge practices that even, sorry, my colleague, the academics, he doesn't maybe have these things because he is in the field. He knows everything, at least almost everything, but why don't we have that connection to have our partners in this training Zoom meeting? Why don't we just fill this gap, in my opinion? So yes, for your first question, thank you for the second, yes, we are available for the Zoom. Again, anything you need, we are available. Just let me know, or let us know, sorry, as John, in order just to see what we can help and support. Thank you.
Any more questions? بعد في أسئلة؟
Any other questions?
يبدو أنه يمكن انتهينا من الأسئلة اليوم. في
I think we are done with the questions for today. I presume there is a question here.
طبعا أنا أحمد.
My name is Ahmed Mayas. I'm the director for Mayas for agricultural advanced cakes and the director of Spaces Without Borders. There is something about the last year, from the last year, and about the olive oil. I think this year, I don't know what happened. Is it the climate change who changed the juice in Ramtha and Huran hill? It was 4 kg or 5 kg. Now each 9 kilogram, such as the Kfarat area and like the mountainous area, it gives the same percentage. But in our areas, this year is quite different and a higher percentage. And first time, each 9 kilogram of olive gave 1 kilogram of olive. And not only one juice stall, but all juice stalls all around the north and Ramtha, and then Huran Hill. And we need to educate our farmers who are available in Huran, and we have big amounts of people, and we need to transfer the idea and the concept for the farmers. How can we move them? How? In order to improve their harvest. So next year will be a better harvest. So for 2 years, I'm educating the farmers to use the compost substance, and there are some, and they believe that it's something for treatment. And we use. They think that they can use it only in winter time. You can use it in the summertime because it's treated. And this is the idea that we try to convince him with it. So what we learned from you, we are going to transfer this knowledge in our association and in our facilities, and we're going to educate the farmers about it. And thank you. Thank you. There is one more question here. Peace be upon you. The brother here, he stated that there are 9 kilograms of olive. It made only 1 kilogram of oil. Us from Ajlan, the north of Jordan, 400 or 600 grams of olive made 1 kilogram. 1 kilogram of oil. 400 grams in the 20th of November made a kilo. So that depends basically, according to us, only based on the service that we provide on how to service the olive tree. So not all areas, especially the irrigated area, we have a supplemented irrigation, and there is a pest control. We have also pest for olive trees. In this, we have all the traditional areas. We never use any chemical stuff or any kind of fertilizing. So it's all the traditional, such as the things and the kind of fertilizing by hand for 60 days, and hence you can use it. It doesn't have worms or smell or any kind of insect. Besides the cleanup of the farm, also the worker or the labor, if he comes to the set, or if he would like to eat his meal or throughout the cigarette, there is a designated place where he can use it. Even the sow is sanitized. During the time of picking the olives, there is something that you can clean up your shoes, and then you can enter the yield, and then you can go to the letter, and the technique is good, and we have traditional tools that we use it by hand picking, which is the best way, and then we have also other tools, the advanced ways, this mixture which works on the battery. So I think this production that we've been working on for 8 years, and it was the best quality production for zaytun, and to honor the olive harvest. And thank you.
يعطيك العافية يعني ما شاء الله.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abu Mamoun. Actually, he has very great practices when it comes to taking care of olive trees. This is why he always receives very high percentages of olive oil, and of course his cultivars are very local with high percentage of oil. Actually, to answer his question, last year, the season, I mean, the percentage of olive oil was really little because of the high temperature and heat strokes that took place, which affected the quick ripe, and there was no proper ripe in order for the oil to compose in these in the olives. And of course, it can be related also to the cultivars. I mean, the type of it can be like improved Nepali that has like very little level of oil. However, there was a prominent effect from the climate change, as well as the heat waves that affected the ripe time and the percentage of oil. Now, of course, we can overcome all of these through the complementary irrigation and good agricultural practices in order to reduce these effects, and then you can get the proper oil percentage. Actually, this is my answer as NARC, that we because we cater for the technical operations related to olive trees. Thank you. Well, as a farmer of olive in Al Qura area, you know, this is an area that is well known for ancient olive trees. Actually, the practice that I see in all the olive mills is that they take olives in the plastic sacks, and this is poisonous. Actually, we need to move to the cages thing. But actually, the farmer would say after 9 months, the taste of the oil becomes like bitter. You know, most of us, except for other few olive mills, we take these olives in these sacks, and of course that affects the pH level in the olive. Also, when it comes to the storing, I mean, in Jordan here, the storing of olives in houses is not natural. I mean, this is not good. I mean, the tank of olive oil, which is of 16 liters, is a sacred thing, you know. The oil container, if there is any air that gets into it, it will be oxidizing. And actually, we need to change the traditional behavior regarding the olive oil. We need to have 4 or 5 kilograms containers. I mean, for example, if I'm a single man, I need only 4 or 5 liters of oil. The other thing is that the mill itself, they bring the Nepali olive and they mix it with the local olives and the desert olive, and then they would say, oh my God, the quality of oil is not that good. So we as academicians and of course, I'd like to commend the June and the NARC who raised the awareness of citizens regarding the importance of the good practices when it comes to harvesting, storing, and squeezing or milling. Thank you, Doctor. Let me answer, since I'm an owner of an olive mill. Actually, our problem is that in the culture of the farmer, we need to change his culture as well as the consumer's culture. That the consumers need to request for good quality oil, and then he needs to have the ability to distinguish between the good oil and the bad oil, and that when he pays for the price for the good oil, he knows why. And all of these things, affect the consumer behavior as well as the farmer's behavior. And the consumer at the same time needs to have the ability to pay more for the quality he's purchasing. The problem is that every kind of oil we have is like a local or good quality oil. It is always called local. And everyone says that my oil is the best, so you can make no differentiation. But with your permission, I would like to talk about the ancient trees. In Jordan, at the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020, before the COVID-19, the NARC, as well as the International Council for Olive Trees, they made a study on the ancient trees in Jordan. Indeed, the ancient olive trees cannot be measured with a certain age. I mean, there is no scientific method that is totally accurate to give you the accurate age of the tree because of many factors like the difference in climate, the difference in cultivars. I mean, you cannot identify whether this tree is 500 years old or 1,000 or whatever. Like my colleague said, the study gave us the results that the ages of ancient olive trees is like from 500 to 1,200. Like my colleague, the doctor said, we can only register or say the maximum age is 2,000 years. But the most important thing is that we need to preserve this heritage, this inheritance we have. This is like a national asset. My colleague said that this is related to our culture. I mean, we need to preserve these, just like we preserve all our historical monuments like Pisa or the Roman theater. So it is the right for all the generations, and no one has the right to change it. So, and over the last 30 years, a law was issued that incriminates whoever attacks an ancient olive tree, even a forested tree per se. Now the law now has dissuasive measures. Now it is our duty, all of us as a Jordanian community, to preserve this tree because it is our legacy. Olive tree is a part of our national identity. Thank you. Thank you so much. we are about to finish, so let's move on to the session related to the dual meetings between the innovators and the farmers and the producers in order to reach bilateral meetings and in order to network in order to reach a better production for olive and olive oil. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, dear lecturers. Thank you for your presence. And let's move on to the bilateral meetings that we've been awaiting for now. Thank you so much.
Let's also thank the interpreters for today's work. Thank you very much.